Chapter 1278. He's the one who insisted on it. I'm afraid that he wants to protect the few remaining citizens of Sparta. Besides, I can see that although he's old, he's still in good health. If it's just to lead the army, it shouldn't be a problem. Devers said seriously. Besides, he's been fighting in Asia Minor for many years. He's very familiar with the situation there. He can provide valuable reference for you to lead the coalition army to attack the western part of Asia Minor. So I suggest that you communicate with him as much as possible during the war. Upon hearing this, Leotychides' stiff expression changed a little. He was silent for a moment before he asked, "Your Majesty, this booklet records the soldiers, food, and ships provided by the Allies, but it doesn't say how many soldiers the kingdom is going to send." Devers smiled and said in an understanding tone, "The Greek allies will send a total of 30,000 soldiers. If you don't have enough troops around you, it won't be good for you to command the battle. So I've discussed with the Ministry of Military Affairs and decided to send the 10th Legion, the 11th Legion, the 20th Legion, the Thessaly Legion, and the 6th Cavalry Legion, composed of the Thessaly Cavalry. Also, the allies of central Greece, such as Wolsey, Helniki, Sabine, and Equi, are willing to send troops. They've been allies with us for a long time, and they're all on the Italian peninsula. Their relationship is closer, and they can be considered as one of us. I'll also hand over their army to you. In this way, the number of troops provided by the kingdom has exceeded 30,000, and the total number of the coalition army is more than 60,000. Are you satisfied with such an army?" Leotychides did not respond directly. Instead, he asked, "Your Majesty, what about the navy? During the period when the coalition army is landing in Asia Minor, the 4th Fleet will temporarily be under your command. The 4th Fleet is mainly formed from the Thessaly warships captured by Dionia. It has a total of 100 warships. After Dionia annexed Thessaly, they drained the Almyros wetlands and built the Almyros military port, which became the base of the 4th Fleet. After that, the 4th Fleet will be merged with other fleets to carry out important missions. In addition, more than 100 Greek warships provided by the allies of Athens will also be under your command," Devers briefly explained. Leotychides' heart skipped a beat. He then asked, "Other than letting me lead the Greek coalition army to attack Persia, the kingdom should have other plans, right?" "Of course, even if you didn't ask, I was going to tell you so that you can understand the entire military plan of the Ministry of Military Affairs to attack Persia in detail. Once you are familiar with the upcoming battle, it will be beneficial for you to make the right decision." Devers asked Henoborus to bring a map of the eastern Mediterranean Sea. He then pointed at the map and explained seriously, "The kingdom has received news that ever since Egypt's successor Pharaoh Jeho passed away in a storm on his way to Turiai, the Egyptian general Nikotani Persia started a rebellion. The bedridden Tanib was so angry that he fell into a coma. The city of Memphis has fallen into chaos. Perhaps during the time I am talking to you, Nikotani Persia has already led his army to attack Memphis. In order to fulfill the covenant and punish the rebellion, I have appointed Chalcidas as the commander of the reinforcements. He is to gather a few legions from Sicily and rush to Egypt as soon as possible to defeat the rebels and restore stability to Egypt's political situation. At the same time, the Ministry of Military Affairs has informed the 1st and 2nd Fleets to complete the mobilization as soon as possible and rush to the southern Gulf of Peloponnesus to be stationed there for wartime consolidation. The Sicarian will be the commander of the navy and search for opportunities to fight the Persia's fleet at sea. The Ministry of Military Affairs will also mobilize the other main forces in the kingdom's territory. I will personally lead them to the eastern Mediterranean Sea. The initial plan is to land in Egypt, but whether there will be any changes at that time will depend on the development of the war. In the end, the 3 armies will meet in the near east of Persia and march to the heart of Persia to fight the Persia's army." Devers spoke calmly, but Leotychides could already feel the magnificent scene of war from his words. He could not help but feel a little excited. This was an unprecedented war. He tried to calm himself down and asked, "How long do you give these allies to gather their troops?" 2 months. Because they need to finish harvesting the farmland before they can go out to fight. Devers said calmly, "Although it is a little slow, it is also a good thing from another point of view. At least after the Allied forces land in Asia Minor, they can gather food on the spot and reduce their dependence on logistics. Then they will rush to Philai in Thessaly within 15 days and complete the final assembly of the Allied forces. This is my request to all the allies who participated in the war in Persia, and they have all agreed. You can first assemble the 10th and 11th legions, and rush to Larissa in Thessaly as soon as possible. Be prepared to attack Asia Minor in advance." At this point, Devers stood up and looked expectantly at the commander with outstanding military achievements. He said solemnly, "Persia is vast, and Asia Minor is even more complicated. I and the Ministry of Military Affairs will not give specific instructions. After all, 3 years ago, you led some officers and staff to Asia Minor to support and observe the battle of the Persia rebel army. You are more familiar with the situation there." Devers asked Henoboris to bring a map of the eastern Mediterranean Sea. He then pointed at the map and explained seriously, "The kingdom has received news that ever since Egypt's successor Pharaoh Jeho passed away in a storm on his way to Turiai, the Egyptian general Nikotani Persia started a rebellion. The bedridden Tanib was so angry that he fell into a coma. The city of Memphis has fallen into chaos. Perhaps during the time I am talking to you, Nikotani Persia has already led his army to attack Memphis. In order to fulfill the covenant and punish the rebellion, I have appointed Chalcidas as the commander of the reinforcements. He is to gather a few legions from Sicily and rush to Egypt as soon as possible to defeat the rebels and restore stability to Egypt's political situation. At the same time, the Ministry of Military Affairs has informed the 1st and 2nd Fleets to complete the mobilization as soon as possible and rush to the southern Gulf of Peloponnesus to be stationed there for wartime consolidation. The Sicarian will be the commander of the navy and search for opportunities to fight the Persia's fleet at sea. The Ministry of Military Affairs will also mobilize the other main forces in the kingdom's territory. I will personally lead them to the eastern Mediterranean Sea. The initial plan is to land in Egypt, but whether there will be any changes at that time will depend on the development of the war. In the end, the 3 armies will meet in the near east of Persia and march to the heart of Persia to fight the Persia's army. Devers spoke calmly, but Leotychides could already feel the magnificent scene of war from his words. He could not help but feel a little excited. This was an unprecedented war. He tried to calm himself down and asked, "How long do you give these allies to gather their troops?" 2 months. Because they need to finish harvesting the farmland before they can go out to fight. Devers said calmly, "Although it is a little slow, it is also a good thing from another point of view. At least after the Allied forces land in Asia Minor, they can gather food on the spot and reduce their dependence on logistics. Then they will rush to Philai in Thessaly within 15 days and complete the final assembly of the Allied forces. This is my request to all the allies who participated in the war in Persia, and they have all agreed. You can first assemble the 10th and 11th legions, and rush to Larissa in Thessaly as soon as possible. Be prepared to attack Asia Minor in advance." At this point, Devers stood up and looked expectantly at the commander with outstanding military achievements. He said solemnly, "Persia is vast, and Asia Minor is even more complicated. I and the Ministry of Military Affairs will not give specific instructions. After all, 3 years ago, you led some officers and staff to Asia Minor to support and observe the battle of the Persia rebel army. You are more familiar with the situation there. All military operations will be decided by you. I believe that you will do better than Agesilaus back then." Leotychides' spirit was lifted, and he immediately replied, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will complete the conquest of the western part of Asia Minor as soon as possible, and join the main forces led by you as soon as possible." After sending off Leotychides, Devers said to Henipolis, "Go and call Chalcidas, the commander of the 8th Legion, in." After spending several years to quell the rebellion in Asia Minor, Persia had consumed too much of its national power. It could no longer conquer Egypt and had to retreat. This caused Artaxerxes' second military operation to attack Egypt to fail, causing his prestige to decline further. In order to intimidate his subjects, he followed the advice of Tribasus and wantonly dealt with the rebellion in Asia Minor. Many officials and local nobles in Asia Minor were implicated because of this. They were punished at best and beheaded at worst. A large amount of wealth and land were confiscated, and then transferred to the eastern and central nobles of Persia who supported Artaxerxes. He also transferred many noble officials of Persia centered around Susa to the western part of Asia Minor and appointed them to important positions. Artaxerxes' successive actions won the praise of the nobles of Persia. They no longer urged the king of Persia to continue preparing for the war against Egypt. Instead, they spent all their energy fighting for the western part of Asia Minor, which was a fat piece of meat. On the other hand, Artaxerxes, who had suffered several setbacks in his personal expeditions, completely gave up on the idea of obtaining military honors. He decided to stay in Babylon and enjoy the rest of his life. However, when it rains, it pours. Not long after, another problem arose in the harem. Artaxerxes was already old. A few years ago, he began to look for a successor for this huge empire. He had many children, but without hesitation, he decided to pass the throne to his eldest son, Darius, just like how his father had passed the throne to him. He had also allowed Darius to wear the crown that symbolized the king of Persia in public. According to the tradition and customs of Persia, the heir could ask his parents to grant him a favor in public. As long as it was within the scope of the authority of the parents, the heir had to agree and could not refuse. Darius, on the other hand, made a request to grant Aspasia. Aspasia used to be one of Cyrus the Younger's favorite concubines. Later, she was brought into the palace by Artaxerxes. Of course, Artaxerxes was reluctant to let her go. However, due to the customs, he said perfunctorily that Aspasia was already free and could not be forced to go against her will. If she was willing to obey Darius, he would be happy to do so. To his surprise, Aspasia publicly chose Darius as her lifelong support. Artaxerxes had no choice but to follow the law of Persia and hand her over to his son. However, his heart was filled with anger. Not long after, he took Aspasia away from Darius and sent her to the temple of Anatis in Ecbatana. She was dedicated to the goddess and became a priestess. For the rest of her life, she had to follow strict chastity. Artaxerxes was very proud that he had punished the woman who had betrayed him in such a gentle way and taught his son a lesson. However, he did not know that the heir of the kingdom was furious and began to plot a rebellion. Not long after, many people participated in Darius's rebellion. Just when he was about to take action, a eunuch who participated in the rebellion reported it to Artaxerxes out of fear. The king of Persia was furious. He not only killed Darius with his own hands, but also executed many Persia officials who were involved in the rebellion. For a time, Babylon was flooded with blood. A spy reported to the king of Persia that Darius had also sent someone to persuade Tarabasis. He might have also participated in the rebellion. However, the intelligence department could not come up with any solid evidence. The only reason they could come up with was that Tarabasis and Darius were in the same situation. It turned out that many years ago, in order to win over his trusted ministers, Artaxerxes had promised to marry his daughter, Amestris, to Tarabasis, just as he had married his other two daughters to the sons of Orontes and Phanabatzos. However, the king of Persia quickly reneged on his promise because he had married Amestris himself. So he changed his promise and wanted to marry his youngest daughter, Atossa, to Tarabasis. But later, he was so obsessed with Atossa that he did not fulfill his promise. This incident made Tarabasis a joke in the court of Persia. However, he had always behaved calmly and never complained. However, the intelligence department believed that he was still dissatisfied, so Darius had to contact him. Chapter 1279. Considering the great threat that Dionia posed to Persia, Artaxerxes had a lot to rely on Tarabasis, who was good at fighting. Therefore, he pondered for a long time and finally ordered the intelligence department not to investigate this matter anymore, but to strengthen the surveillance on Tarabasis. One day, when Artaxerxes was still fretting over the instability of the Babylonian government, the minister Trebasis hurried into the palace with a message sent by a messenger from Egypt, and asked for an audience with Artaxerxes. Jeho died in a storm on his way to Dionia. Nikotani Persia has started a rebellion and is marching towards Memphis. When Artaxerxes saw this, the gloominess in his heart was swept away, and he shouted excitedly, "There's a civil war in Egypt. This is a rare opportunity. We should take this opportunity to send our troops and reclaim Egypt in the name of helping Nikotani Persia." Tarabasis reminded him tactfully, "Your Majesty is wise. This is indeed a great opportunity to reclaim Egypt. However, Nikotani Persia suddenly raised their troops without informing us. Obviously, they have other intentions. I'm afraid they are taking precautions against us. Once Egypt is in a civil war, he will no longer be of any use to us." Artaxerxes curled his lips in disdain, then said solemnly, "What we need to worry about is the reinforcements from Dionia. We must send our army before they reach Egypt. As long as the army crosses the Nile and captures Memphis, Egypt will be in our hands." Artaxerxes paused for a moment, then said in a serious tone, "So I have decided to appoint you as the military commander of the attack on Egypt. I hope you can successfully fulfill the kingdom's long-lasting regret." Tarabasis looked at the king of Persia, who was full of expectations. He immediately bowed and said in a clear voice, "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I will do my best to complete the mission and present Egypt to Your Majesty. I will wait for your good news." Artaxerxes thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "If you successfully reclaim Egypt, I will marry Atossa to you." Tarabasis was stunned. After a while, he thanked Artaxerxes and left with a complicated feeling. Artaxerxes wanted to take advantage of the civil strife in Egypt to quickly send troops to conquer Egypt. The fastest way was to mobilize the undead army stationed in the Babylonian royal court. However, in order to maintain his own safety, it was impossible for him to send out this loyal elite force. Instead, he mobilized the troops near Babylon. In this way, it would take a lot of time to gather the army, not to mention the long journey from Babylon to Egypt, which would take a lot of time. Trebasis felt that he had done his best to urge the army to assemble, but he did not know that the Holy Kingdom of Dionia had already made plans before the civil war broke out in Egypt. When the king of Persia gave him the order, the king of Dionia had already officially appointed the 8th Legion commander, Chalcidas, as the wartime commander of the Egyptian reinforcements. Just 2 days later, the 4 Sicilian legions and the light cavalry legions, which had long been assembled and on standby, boarded ships at the ports of Lily Bay and Hadrumetum respectively and headed for Egypt. Perhaps it was the blessing of Hades, but the Dionysian army did not encounter any storms during the voyage. After 5 days, they successfully entered the mouth of the Nile River. At this time, Nikotani Persia had just conquered Memphis and publicly announced that Pharaoh Tanib had died of illness. Before his death, he had issued a letter of invitation for Nikotani to take over the position of Pharaoh. However, while he was appointing himself as Pharaoh and forcefully marrying the queen, he also sent people to kill members of the royal family and the former Pharaoh's trusted aide. The people of Memphis were in a state of panic, and the entire Nile Delta was in turmoil. Some of the mayors announced that they would support Nikotani Persia as the new pharaoh, while some of the mayors mobilized their troops to eradicate the rebels. Some of the mayors decided to wait and see how the situation would develop. Naucratis, located at the mouth of the Nile Delta, was an Egyptian town with the largest population of Greek descendants. It was also the town that benefited the most from the alliance between Egypt and Ionia over the past 20 years. Not only did the residents have a favorable impression of Ionia, but many Ionia had also settled there for a long period of time. Among them were the intelligence agents of the Kingdom of Ionia. They had already convinced the officials of Naucratis beforehand. Therefore, when the fleet of Ionia soldiers approached the outpost at the mouth of the river, the officials and citizens of Naucratis opened the city gates wide under the instigation of the intelligence agents of Ionia. When they saw the well-groomed and imposing Ionia soldiers entering Naucratis, the citizens did not feel worried. Instead, they felt relieved. Only a strong army could ensure the safety of the people in this period of turmoil. With the protection of the Dionysian army, Naucratis would naturally be able to stay away from the chaos of war. After resting for a night in Naucratis, Chalcidus's army quickly advanced south the next day. The route they took was exactly the same as the Dionysian army that had come to reinforce Persia's invasion a few years ago. However, their goal was completely different. With the help of the intelligence agents, the slogan, "The Ionia army will eliminate the rebels and help the Egyptians regain peace and tranquility," quickly spread throughout the entire Nile Delta. After all, the Dionysian army had left a very good impression in the hearts of the Egyptians. Their military discipline was strict, they fought bravely, and they did not offend the people. In addition, the 40,000-strong army led by Chalcidus was very powerful. Therefore, the Egyptian towns and cities that they passed through did not put up any resistance, and all opened their doors to welcome them. The Dionysian army had a smooth journey, and quickly approached the walls of Memphis. Nikotani had originally colluded with Persia to strengthen his own forces and usurp the throne in the future. However, he knew very well that compared to Persia, which was bent on annexing Egypt, Ionia, which had been allied with Egypt for more than 10 years and had saved Egypt several times in times of crisis, was a better partner to work with. Therefore, he had originally made up his mind. After usurping the throne and the situation had stabilized, he would immediately send messengers to Ionia to express his goodwill and continue to ally with them. He would then borrow their strength to defend against the Persia. However, he did not expect Ionia's reinforcements to arrive so quickly. However, he did not panic too much. He believed that he was the only member of the Egyptian royal bloodline and that it was a fact that he had succeeded the pharaoh. If he showed his goodwill, Ionia could only acknowledge him as the next pharaoh and form an alliance with him. That would be the best outcome. Therefore, he sent messengers to the Dionysian army, which was marching towards Memphis. However, Chalcidus, who had received instructions from the king of Devers, did not see the messengers he sent and detained them. At first, when Nikotani did not receive a reply from Persia, he thought that the messengers had met with an accident on the way. However, many of the messengers he sent never returned, and he began to feel uneasy. During the previous invasion of Egypt by Persia, he had fought alongside the Ionia and had a deep understanding of the Dionysian army's combat strength. He did not have much confidence that his army could defeat the Ionia. Moreover, he had just occupied Memphis, and the officials appointed by the former pharaoh had not completely submitted to him yet. If he were to start a war with the Dionysian army, he would most likely be in big trouble. On the other hand, he had deliberately waited for so many years and finally made use of this great opportunity to sit on the throne of the pharaoh. However, if he were to give up on Memphis and lead his army back to his own territory, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was a traitor. Not only would he lose a lot of his prestige, but the throne would also be usurped by others. Just as Nikotani Persia was hesitating, the Dionysian army was rapidly approaching the walls of Memphis. He wanted to make one last effort, so he stood on top of the walls and shouted at the commander of the Dionysian army, Chalcidas, who he knew. He sincerely expressed his willingness to form an eternal alliance with Dionia. Only then did Chalcidas give a clear response. Pharaoh Tanabo is the hero of Egypt, referring to him overthrowing the rule of Persia in Egypt, and also the best friend of the kingdom of Dionia. The king of Devers has ordered that the traitor must be severely punished and the murderer of Pharaoh Tanabo must be executed. Only then will the people of Egypt be at ease and peace will be restored to Egypt. At this time, Chalcidas finally understood that war between them and Dionia was unavoidable. At this time, an Egyptian river fleet that was originally stationed at Naucratis and a dozen small warships from the first Dionia fleet also arrived at the river near Memphis. This way, the Dionysian army had basically surrounded the city of Memphis. It was impossible for Nikotani Persia to lead his army out of Memphis. He could only hurriedly strengthen the city's defenses and send messengers to take the risk of breaking out of the encirclement. He rushed to the city of Paramesus, built by Pharaoh Ramesses II, now Nikotani Persia's base, to ask for reinforcements and support from the Persia. Chalcidas did not give Nikotani Persia any time to prepare. On the second day, he launched an attack on the city of Memphis. Although the continuous siege caused the Dionysian army many casualties, the unprepared Egyptian rebel army found it even more difficult to hold on. The former Pharaoh Tanib had been on the throne for 20 years, and the officials and citizens of Memphis were deeply affected by him. Nikotani Persia's usurpation of the throne had already made them unhappy, and the massacre of the royal family and the cruel persecution of Tanib's officials made everyone hate him even more. When Tanib put all his efforts into defending the city against the Dionysian army, he had no choice but to weaken his control over the city. Some of the Memphis officials strengthened their private contacts and even convinced the monks of Ptah sanctuary in the city. In the early morning of the 6th day of the siege, while the exhausted rebel soldiers were still asleep, these officials led an army of a few hundred guards and slaves to attack the west gate of the main city of Memphis. As there were some monks from Ptah Sanctum mixed in with the army, the rebel soldiers guarding the gate were at a loss for a moment, and the gate was quickly seized. Chapter 1280. When Nikotani Persia learned of the change in the city and angrily led his army to reinforce the city gate, the Dionysian army had already rushed into the city under the leadership of the Memphis officials. After a day of fierce fighting in the city, the rebels were defeated. Nikotani Persia was also captured, and the Dionysian army entered the city. On the second day, Topyrus, the foreign minister who followed the army to Egypt under the instructions of the Devers, began to frequently meet with the Memphis officials and the priests of the several temples in the city. It was already the middle of August. The news that the Holy Kingdom of Dionia had officially declared war on Persia and was forming the Greek coalition army to attack Asia Minor had reached Babylon, shocking Artaxerxes. The king of Persia, who had suffered many military setbacks and was incapable of achieving anything, had developed a sense of fear towards the kingdom of Dionia in the far west that continued to win and expand despite encountering any obstacles. He could not help but say in front of everyone, "It's finally here." Then he stood up abruptly and shouted, "Go and get Tarabasus. Your Majesty, Lord Tribasus has been sent to conquer Egypt by you." A minister reminded. Artaxerxes seemed to have woken up from a dream. He stood there for a moment, then asked, "Where is he now?" "He is still gathering troops in Syria." Artaxerxes sat down again, clenched his fist, and pondered for a moment. He then said nervously, "The order to attack Egypt is temporarily cancelled. Let him come back first. The most important thing now is to defend against the invasion of the Dionysian army. Send out all the secret spies to monitor the movements of the Greek mainland at all times. At the same time, inform the governors of the various regions to immediately mobilize the troops. Gather the garrisons in the various regions and wait for my orders." "Yes, Your Majesty." Artaxerxes knew that although Dionia had officially declared war on Persia, it would still take some time for the Greek coalition army to finish forming and invade Persia's territory. But he did not expect that Leotychides had already led the 10th Legion and the 11th Legion to Thessaly. Moreover, after the Dionia commander had a detailed understanding of the enemy's situation on the other side of the Aegean Sea, he decided not to wait for the Greek armies to converge before attacking Asia Minor. Instead, he would send a vanguard to land in Asia Minor before the Persia army could complete their defensive preparations. The vanguard would occupy a foothold and provide protection for the subsequent landing of the main army. The commander of the 10th Legion, Stephos, was the adopted son of Amyntas, a famous figure in the Dionysian army, a good friend of Patroclus, and an old subordinate of Leotychides. Stephos had a deep understanding of Stephos' abilities, so he gave him this task. Stephos, who was in his prime and eager to make another contribution, did not hesitate to take over this important task. After discussing with Leotychides, they set the landing target at the beach of the Mysia region in the western part of Asia Minor. The reason why they chose this place was simple. From the port of Phalae in Thessaly to the east, across the Aegean Sea, to the western part of Asia Minor, the closest place in a straight line was Mysia. It was also the westernmost region of Persia today. Naturally, Persia's rule here was the weakest. As Mysia was relatively close to the Greek mainland, there were many colonized towns built by the Greeks in the area. All along, Persia's rule here was not very stable. In the tide of rebellion against Persia's rule in Asia Minor, Mysia was one of them. Because Artaxerxes issued some decrees that were beneficial to the Greek colonized city-states in Asia Minor, such as giving them more autonomy, lower taxes, and more freedom in their religious beliefs. Therefore, most of the Greek city-states in Asia Minor did not participate in that rebellion, nor did they support the rebels. On the contrary, they cooperated with the Persia's army to suppress the rebels. However, after the rebellion was quelled and the new governors in the western part of Asia Minor took office, many of them did not implement the decrees announced by the king of Persia. The governor of Mysia, Theopompus, was one of them. This caused dissatisfaction among the Greek city-states within his territory. The Persian noble from Susa obviously did not expect that the Greeks within his territory would dare to oppose his decision. The other local races, including the Persia, mostly looked on coldly from the sidelines. Very few people were willing to get close to this outsider. As a result, Theopompus's rule over Mysia remained very weak for more than a year. The political situation in Mysia was very chaotic. A few days later, the well-prepared 10th Legion of Dionia, with a total of more than 8,000 soldiers, boarded a troopship at the port of Phalae. Under the escort of the 4th Fleet, they sailed straight east. 2 days later, they successfully landed on the beach of Mysia. At the same time, they quickly captured the defenseless island of Tenedos, which was not far from the beach. In September, the news that King Devers will personally lead the army to attack Persia had just been officially announced to the public. A few guests had already arrived at the office of the palace. When the Devers saw these guests, he pretended to be surprised and asked, "What's the occasion today for all of you to come and visit me?" "Your Majesty." Felicius, who had been retired for many years, replied respectfully, "We heard that you will personally lead the army to attack Persia, so everyone was very excited. We made an appointment to come and see you. We hope that you will allow us to go with you to the land where we once fought side by side." "Yes, Your Majesty. After so many years, I can't forget those comrades who died in Persia. Back then, because we were in a hurry to escape, we hurriedly buried their bodies. We didn't even put a copper coin in their mouth. This time, when we go to Persia, I must transport their bodies back home and bury them properly, so that their wandering souls can smoothly return to underworld purgatory." Alexis, who had always been relatively calm, also said emotionally. "And Crulcus, Precisinus, Menon, and the others. I heard that their heads were sent to Babylon, and the people of Persia simply threw them in the garbage. Even if we spend a lot of effort, we may not be able to find them. But collecting their bodies and bringing them back home is everyone's common wish. Then, when Hieronymus finished speaking seriously, Tormid, Agathia, and the others immediately echoed loudly. Everyone's common wish? Devers heard something from these words. Your Majesty, we are here on behalf of most of the old mercenaries who are still alive and idle at home. We hope to follow you back to Persia. Epictetus said loudly. Devers's eyes swept across the faces of Felicius, Alexis, Hieronymus, Tormid, Marigi, Agathia, Epictetus, Marcius, Geogres, and the others. Finally, their eyes fell on Amyntas. This once outstanding and exceptionally brave general of Dionia could not stand at all now. He could only sit paralyzed in a wooden wheelchair and be pushed into the palace by his trusted servants. Since he could not walk for a long time, his burly body had become very fat. When everyone was talking, he actually closed his eyes and began to snore. Devers could not help but say softly, Amyntas. Phew, Amyntas. Huh? Are you going to Persia too? Amyntas finally woke up after being pushed by the servants. He put his hands on the armrests of the wooden chair and tried to sit up. Panting, he said, Your Majesty, even if I die, I will die on the way to Babylon. Devers looked around at the crowd again and asked solemnly, Do you all think the same? Felicius looked back at the others. After getting a nod, he replied with a serious expression, Your Majesty, we have followed you for decades and won countless victories. Our only regret is that we were chased back by the Persia-like dogs in Persia. This time, we want to follow you to make up for this regret. Even if we die on the way, it will be the glory of our lives. Your Majesty, I have another request. Epictetus shouted from behind. If I really die on the way, please allow my servants to carry my body into Babylon so that I can see with my own eyes what the Babylonians boast of the Hanging Garden looks like. Marcius immediately complained to him in a low voice. We discussed it in advance. You have gone too far by suddenly making such a request to His Majesty in violation of the agreement. What can you see when you are dead? Quickly apologize to His Majesty and take back your unreasonable request. I'm happy. I don't think His Majesty will blame me. Epictetus looked so indifferent that Marcius grabbed his clothes and wanted to hit him. All right. Devers waved his hand and looked at the crowd. He said seriously, I can allow you to follow me to Persia, but you are all veterans who have followed me for many years and are familiar with the military laws of Dionia. You should understand that this war against Persia will decide the fate of the entire Mediterranean Sea. It is related to the rise and fall of both countries, so there is no room for neglect. Therefore, you must have the mentality that you are going to fight, not to play. You must obey all orders and commands. If anyone can't do it, then it is best that you withdraw now. Otherwise, if someone violates the military laws, I will not show mercy. Rest assured, Your Majesty. We have fought for our entire lives. We will not ruin our reputation at the last moment, nor will we let the younger generation look down on us. Felicius, Alexis, and the others said in unison. Chapter 1281. All right, then it's settled. When the time comes, all of you will follow me to Persia. Only then did the Devers smile. He looked at the former Minister of Commerce and said, Marigi, you're about to return to your hometown. You should be very happy, right? Marigi replied calmly, Your Majesty, I've lived here for most of my life. I've long since become a citizen of Dionia. The reason why I want to follow you to Persia is because I'm more familiar with the place. I hope to be able to provide you with some good advice during the campaign. You don't mean what you say, Epictetus mocked. Marigi's words reminded the Devers. He immediately asked, Is Ism also part of the group that's going to Persia? Yes, Your Majesty. He's the most eager to sign up. After all, he'll be able to return to his hometown, Felicius replied with a smile. Alexis immediately understood the meaning behind the Dever's word. She continued, "He should be at home now. Should we call him over immediately?" "No need to rush. There'll be time in the future." The Devers looked at the crowd and sighed. "It's been a long time since we've gathered together. Don't be in a hurry to go back today. I'll send someone to call Matonis, Olivers, Alpines, and the other former mercenaries from Turin. I'll arrange a banquet in the palace. Let's have a good chat, all right?" "That's great. Thank you, Your Majesty." Late at night, the Devers returned to his mansion in the Hill of Kings after the banquet. When he arrived at the backyard, he found that the main hall in front of him was brightly lit. He found it strange. Walking in, he saw the two queens, Christoia and Agnes, sitting in the large hall. He asked drunkenly, "It's so late. You two, why aren't you going to bed yet?" "Your Majesty, we're waiting for you," Christoia said in a reproachful tone. "Waiting for me? What's the matter?" Devers burped. Agnes immediately helped him sit down and brought him a cup of hot honey water that she had prepared earlier. She asked with concern, "We heard that Your Majesty is personally leading an army to attack Persia. Is this true?" Devers held her hand and comforted her softly. "You two don't have to worry. Persia is obviously weak now. We are fully capable of defeating it completely, so that it will no longer be a threat to the kingdom. Besides, this is a war between Dionia and Persia. Almost all the legions of the kingdom will be deployed. If I don't go there myself, I won't feel at ease." Devers gently squeezed Agnes's hand and looked at Crystal, his tone becoming even more gentle. "Don't worry, this is the last time I'll lead troops into battle. Once this war is over, I'll be by your side and won't let you worry anymore." "Your Majesty." Crystal was moved, but her expression quickly became serious. "In the past, when you led troops into battle, my sister and I could only wait at home. But this time, you're going to Persia. We've already discussed it and we'll go with you." "What?" Devers immediately sobered up. He looked at Crystal, then at Agnes, and asked in disbelief, "You're not joking, are you?" "Your Majesty." Crystal straightened her chest and said in a serious tone, "Agnes and I have discussed this all day, and we're now making this request very seriously. I hope you'll take it seriously." "All right." Devers let go of Agnes's hand and sat up straight. He coughed lightly and said in a low voice, "I don't agree." Seeing Crystal pull a long face, Devers continued to explain, "I was the one who made the military law of Dionia. It's precisely because the army has strictly enforced it that we've been able to win time and time again, and have the powerful kingdom we have today. Article 91 of the military law specifically states that generals and soldiers are not allowed to bring their families into battle, nor are they allowed to abduct women. Violators will be punished by beheading. Do you want me to be beheaded? Even if no one dares to do so, as the one who made the military law and the commander of the entire army, will the soldiers seriously abide by it if I break it? Once this bad precedent is set, it will eventually lead to the corruption of military discipline. Will the army still be able to win?" Agnes was a little convinced, and she looked at Christoia. Crystal was unmoved. "The military law states that women are not allowed to follow the army into battle? Then aren't the nurses in the medical camps women?" Devers retorted without hesitation, "They're not women, they're soldiers. Over the past few decades, the soldiers have long since stopped treating them as women. They've already become a part of the various armies." Crystal said with a smile, "Come to think of it, the nurses in the medical camp were originally established by me according to Your Majesty's suggestion. I was still the captain of the nurses at the time, and now I can take on that role again." "Absolutely not," Devers said firmly. "Both of you are now the princesses of the kingdom of Dionia, the mothers of the nation in the hearts of the people. You can't be compared to how you were a few decades ago. If you take up a post in the medical camp, it will only disrupt the order of the medical camp and affect their efficiency. More importantly, your safety cannot be guaranteed. If something happens to you, how can I command the battle with peace of mind? Your Majesty. Crystal's eyes suddenly turned red, and she choked a little as she said, I followed you from Persia to Greece, and I haven't returned home for decades. I've heard merchants in Asia Minor say that ever since Persia saw the kingdom as an enemy, they somehow found out that I was born in Miletus. Although my father was punished by the Persia because of Cyrus's rebellion, he passed away 10 years ago. But this time, the Persia killed my father's family. Hundreds of people, including our neighbors. They were either killed or enslaved. Crystal-clear tears flowed down her well-maintained white cheeks, but her voice became a little shrill. Your Majesty, I swear in the name of Hades, this time I will go to Miletus personally. All the Persia people who participated in the murder of my family and all the accomplices of Miletus must be punished. I will also try my best to find all the surviving people, so that they can settle down again and live a prosperous life. This is what I owe them. The Devers was silent. In fact, he had already learned about the massacre of Chrystoia's family from Aristyras 5 years ago. In order to not let his wife be sad, he hid it. He did not expect Chrystoia to have known about it long ago, but to bear it silently. If her father was involved in Cyrus's rebellion and suffered the revenge of the king of Persia, it could be said that it had nothing to do with Dionia, but the destruction of her family was the real cause of the Devers. Now that Chrystoia swore in the name of God, it showed that she was determined. If the Devers still objected, it would undoubtedly cause a rift in the decades of relationship between husband and wife, so he hesitated. At this time, Agnes spoke up to smooth things over. Your Majesty, what do you think? My sister and I will not go with the army to Persia, to avoid making things difficult for you. When the war is smooth, we will go with the supply fleet. This is still a little dangerous. The Devers looked at his 2 wives' expectant and pleading eyes, and finally compromised. All right, I will arrange this. But, Chrystoia, who will be in charge of your Chamber of Commerce when you are gone? And Agnes, who will be in charge of the Temple of Hera? Eunice is now able to take charge of things on her own. When I am gone, of course she will be in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. Cynthia will be in charge of the Temple of Hera for me. What about little Chrystoia and the others? Are you willing to leave them behind? The Devers tentatively made one last effort. Chrystoia said firmly, I am not their mother, what is there to be reluctant about? Seeing the determination of his 2 wives, the Devers lowered his head and slowly drank a mouthful of honey water, then said, How about this? After the whole of Western Asia Minor is conquered, I will inform the Ministry of Military Affairs to send troops to escort you to Miletus. After you are done with Miletus, you 2 will return, okay? No. Chrystoia immediately objected. If you conquer Persia this time, Agnes and I will go with you to Babylon. The Devers was stunned. Why are you going to Babylon? Agnes stammered and did not speak, but Chrystoia was quite direct. I heard that the king of Persia has many women. We are afraid that you will marry another one, so we have to keep an eye on him. The Devers were stunned. What nonsense are you thinking? How could I do such a thing that violates military law? Besides, I am already so old. How can I still have such thoughts? Chrystoia curled her lips. Who knows? I heard that the king of Persia is already old, and has married his own daughter. If my sister and I follow you, we can prevent you from making mistakes. The Devers shook their heads helplessly. Although the people of Persia in Asia Minor received the news that Dionia declared war on Persia and formed a Greek coalition to attack Persia, at the same time they also noticed that the people of the Greek city-states were preparing to harvest the fields that were about to be harvested, and had not begun to mobilize, so they all believed that the Greek coalition's attack would not come too soon. As a result, the 10th Legion of Dioria successfully landed on the beach of Mysia in Persia on the east coast of the Hellespont. Of course, even if the governor of Mysia, Theopolos, was prepared, he would not be able to stop the Dionysian army from landing, and at most cause some trouble for the 10th Legion. Chapter 1282. This was because Mysia was a relatively wealthy region in the western part of Asia Minor. It had the fertile Allesby plains and controlled the shipping trade through the Hellespont Strait. It had enough financial resources and materials to form a powerful army to resist the invasion of the Dionysian army. However, Theopolos, who had been in office for more than a year, had obviously not unified the entire region. Many towns did not respond to his orders at all. As a result, he only managed to gather less than 6,000 soldiers 4 days after the Dionysian army landed. Even though Theopolos had received intelligence that the number of Dionia soldiers who landed was more than his own army, as a noble from the central region of Persia, he did not hesitate to lead his army westward in the face of the Greeks, whom they regarded as barbarians. Persia and Dionia had been officially hostile for more than 5 years, but many Persian nobles still disdained to understand Dionia, and even regarded it as part of Greece. A few days later, he approached the camp built by the 10th Legion near the coast. He was soon surprised to find that the camp built by the Dionia army in just a few days did not seem to be easy to attack. While he was hesitating whether to camp on the spot and make plans later, the 10th Legion of Dionia, which had long been prepared, suddenly rushed out of the camp. The two sides launched a small battle, and the outcome of the battle was decided after half an hour. Because the light infantry of the 10th Legion disrupted the long-range attacks of the Persia archers, they did not cause any casualties to the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. And without the heavy infantry, the Persia infantry formation could not withstand the impact of the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. The Persia cavalry that attacked from the flanks were attacked by the 2 heavy infantry battalions that Theopolos had deliberately placed on the flank. The casualties were not small, and in the end, the Persia army was defeated. After Theopolos fled back to Zeria, the capital of the Mysia region, he did not dare to act rashly. While strengthening the defense of the city, he urgently sent messengers to ask for help. Since Dionia officially declared war on Persia, Dionia's intelligence agents began to proclaim in the Greek city-states of Asia Minor that the great king of the Devers would carry out the oracle of Hades and return to Persia the 100 years of Persia's oppression of the Greek. He would also rescue his compatriots in Asia Minor from Persia's rule and restore their freedom and independence. Many of the Greek city-states of Asia Minor were unhappy about the breach of the treaty by the Persia. Although this rumor excited them, it also made them uneasy. Agesilaus' campaign in the western part of Asia Minor had brought several years of turmoil and war to these Greek city-states. Therefore, even though the Dionysian army had won this battle, these city-states still adopted a wait-and-see attitude and did not take the initiative to approach the Dionysian army that had already established a foothold in Mysia. Stephos had sent messengers to visit the nearest city-states to the encampment, Ilion and Apidos. Both city-states were located on the east side of the Hellespont Strait, but they both closed their doors. Stephos did not become angry because of this, nor did he send troops to attack the city or destroy the villages and towns outside the city. On the contrary, he followed the instructions of the king of the Devers and held a grand sacrificial ceremony on the beach near the city of Ilion. The sacrificial objects were the heroes of the ancient Trojan War. Not only Agamemnon and Achilles, but also Hector and Paris. After the sacrificial ceremony, there was also a sports competition. The whole sacrificial ceremony was very grand and attracted many nearby Greek people to watch, causing a lot of heated discussion. The Devers' goal was achieved. He wanted to spread the news of this sacrificial ceremony to the Greek city-states in the western part of Asia Minor through the Greeks of Asia Minor. Dionia treated the Greek city-states on both sides of the Aegean Sea equally. But why did they choose to hold the sacrificial ceremony near the city of Ilion? Because it was said that the city of Ilion was built on the ruins of Troy. Messengers from Mysia arrived in Babylon. When Artaxerxes learned that the vanguard of the Greek coalition had landed in Asia Minor, he immediately felt nervous. At the same time, the messengers mentioned that the local forces of Mysia did not actively respond to the conscription and were suspected of rebelling. Thus, Tarabasus suggested that he appoint Phanabazos, the son-in-law of the king of Persia and the former governor of Phrygia, as the temporary military commander of the western part of Asia Minor. With his former prestige, he might be able to integrate the military forces in the western part of Asia Minor and repel the invading Greek coalition. The king of Persia hesitated for several days. When he learned that Theopompus had suffered a defeat in the battle, he finally issued a decree. Phanabazos, who was transferred to Babylon by him more than 10 years ago, should be sent to the western part of Asia Minor. When Phanabazos, who was already in his 60s, learned of the crisis in the western part of Asia Minor, he traveled day and night to the western part of Asia Minor. At the same time, he sent messengers in the name of the military commander of the western part of Asia Minor, asking the governors of the western part of Asia Minor to lead their troops to Gedium, the capital of Phrygia, as soon as possible. Phanabazos, who was familiar with the situation in Asia Minor, wrote letters to the Greek city-states along the western coast of Asia Minor. In the letters, he argued that the king of Persia was very angry that some of the governors of the western part of Asia Minor did not fulfill the promise he made to the Greek city-states. This time, one of the main tasks of sending him to Asia Minor was to urge these governors to fulfill the promise made to the king of Persia. At the end of the letter, he also swore in the name of the god Ahura Mazda. Phanabazos' reputation in the western part of Asia Minor allowed his letter to play an important role. Some city-states that were dissatisfied with the new governor's actions wavered. Some city-states that were originally close to Persia firmly supported Persia against the strange kingdom of Dionia from the western Mediterranean. This eventually led to the formation of the Persia's Asia Minor coalition fleet, advocated by Phanabazos. It had about 400 warships and nearly 60,000 crew members. After the 10th Legion of Dionia successfully landed in Asia Minor and defeated the Persia army of Mysia, Leotychides was worried that the failure of this small battle would provoke the Persia to step up their reinforcements to Mysia. He was afraid that a single legion would not be able to support the landing force for a long period of time. Once they were defeated, the Greek coalition would lose a favorable landing ground. So, he decided to send more troops to Mysia. Therefore, when the harvest ended in September and the Greek city-states began to gather their troops, Leotychides personally led the 11th Legion, the 20th Legion, and the Thessaly Cavalry Legion to Mysia by ship to rendezvous with the 10th Legion. At this time, he had already keenly sensed that the nearby city-states of Ilion, Abydos, Tenedos, and other cities were further alienating the Dionysian army. For example, they refused to allow the ships of the Dionysian army to use their ports to load and unload supplies, and forbade their merchants from selling supplies to the Dionysian army. The hostility shown by the Greek city-states of Asia Minor had raised Leotychides' vigilance. In order to reduce the pressure on his logistical supplies and to allow the Greek coalition forces to land more smoothly, he decided to change the strategy formulated by the kingdom. When the emissary of the Dionysian army once again requested Ilion to open its ports but was rejected, Leotychides brazenly led his army to surround Ilion and demanded that it submit to Dionia. However, his request was rejected. So, he issued an order: attack the city. Legend had it that hundreds of years ago, the walls of Troy were so high and thick that the Greek coalition forces could not break through it even after 10 years of siege. However, Troy was not only a large city, but also one of the hegemons in the western part of Asia Minor. It had the support of many allied states, which was why it could defend for so long. Today, although Ilion was considered a medium-sized town, it was far from being comparable to its predecessor, Troy. Under Leotychides' command were 3 infantry legions and 1 cavalry legion, totaling 26,000 to 27,000 people. He also had the 4th Fleet under his command for the time being. From the sea to the land, the city of Ilion was tightly surrounded. What's more, the siege technology of the Dionysian army was far superior to that of the Greek coalition forces hundreds of years ago. Therefore, on the 5th day after the siege, the people of Ilion could no longer withstand the siege, and had no choice but to surrender to the Dionysian army. Leotychides accepted their surrender and sent part of his army to Ilion, thus controlling this important hub at the Strait of Hellespont. The news of the capture of Ilion quickly spread to the surrounding areas, causing the nearby Greek city-states to be alarmed. They had no choice but to send messengers to express their goodwill to the Dionysian army. Leotychides took the opportunity to propose that they provide a certain amount of military provisions and supplies in exchange for a promise to ensure the safety of their city-state. He was accepted. At the same time, Leotychides also sent troops to the inland areas of Mysia to survey the terrain and understand the enemy's situation. At the same time, they seized the wheat fields and increased their food reserve. The governor of Mysia, Theophampus, was unable to stop the Dionysian army. He had to send messengers to Phanabatzos for help many times. At this time, Phanabatzos, who was staying in Gerdium, was still waiting for the armies of the various regions of Asia Minor to converge. He could only issue orders to the already formed Asia Minor coalition fleet, hoping that they would take action to attack or harass the supporting fleets of the Dionysian army to relieve the pressure on the land. Before Leotychides landed in Asia Minor, he specially sent messengers to inform the allied states of the Greek mainland, requesting that they no longer lead their troops to Thessaly. Instead, they should directly take ships to the landing land opened by the Dionysian army in Mysia. Therefore, since the end of September, the armies formed by the Greek mainland city-states had taken ships to Asia Minor. Therefore, every few days there would be a troop transport fleet crossing the Aegean Sea, not to mention that there were fleets transporting supplies between the two continents every day. Chapter 1283. The Asia Minor Allied fleet stationed at the port of Halicarnassus was well aware of this. They even knew that there were hundreds of Dionia warships escorting these fleets, and that there were also hundreds of warships from the Greek city-state. Other than that, there were no other enemy fleets in the Aegean Sea. The number of warships of the Asia Minor Allied fleet was twice that of the enemy. Therefore, after some discussion, the Asia Minor fleet decided to head north to the Mysia Sea to seize the opportunity. At the beginning of November, the Asia Minor fleet sailed north. By the time they arrived at the waters near the entrance of the Hellespont, the Greek allied fleets had already fled. Unwilling to return empty-handed, the Asia Minor fleet pretended to head south at dusk, but in fact, they quietly docked at the port of Hellespont on the island of Lesvos, which was not far south of the Dionysian army's landing place. The two pincers of Lesvos resembled that of a crab. The two pincers were not completely closed, forming a bay in the center. The entrance of the bay was facing south, away from the Hellespont Strait. Therefore, the Greek allied forces were not able to detect it for a while. As a result, on the second day, when a transport fleet of 70 cargo ships of the Greek allied forces sailed to the waters near Ilion without any warning, the fleet of Asia Minor suddenly appeared and attacked it, almost destroying the entire fleet. When the Asia Minor fleet's attack was about to end, the fourth fleet of Dionia arrived in a hurry. The Persia-Asia Minor fleet immediately gathered their warships and got into position, ready to fight the enemy. Due to the huge disparity in the number of warships, the fourth fleet of Dionia chose to retreat. Meanwhile, the sailors of the Persia-Asia Minor fleet were a little tired after chasing the fleeing Greek cargo ships back and forth. They were not in the mood to fight anymore, so they returned to the port of Hellespont. On the second day, the Asia Minor fleet reappeared in the waters near the entrance of the Hellespont, but they did not find any trace of the Greek allied fleets. They patrolled for half a day but found nothing. In the end, they returned to the port of Hellespont. In the evening, the senior commanders of the Asia Minor fleet held a military meeting to discuss whether the fleet should return to Halicarnassus as soon as possible. Most of the admirals from the Greek city-states of Asia Minor thought, the Greek allied forces have learned their lesson from yesterday's failure. As long as we are here, I'm afraid that their fleet will not appear. The Asia Minor fleet had a large number of crew members. Obviously, Lesvos Island could not provide enough supplies, and it was troublesome to obtain supplies from the nearby coastal city-states of Asia Minor. More importantly, the Asia Minor fleet has alerted the enemy, and the logistics are very important to the Greek coalition army. The Kingdom of Dionia will definitely not give up and send reinforcements. Don't forget that the Dionians have thousands of warships. On the other hand, the admirals of Persia believed, although the Asia Minor fleet has made some achievements, it is not enough to boast about in front of Phanabatsos, let alone attract the attention of the king of Persia. Even if the Greek coalition army was evading the attack of the Asia Minor fleet, the fleet might not be able to achieve any significant achievements in the future. But as long as the Asia Minor fleet remained in this sea, it would cut off the supply of the Greek coalition army for another day. This would make the Greek coalition army fearful, and provide assistance to the Asia Minor army that was still forming. As for the logistics, they did not have to worry about it. As long as they ask for help from Phanabatsos, he will naturally write a letter to the nearby regions to provide assistance to the entire fleet. So far, we have not received any news of the other Dionia fleets appearing in the Aegean Sea. Even if they really intend to attack, they will not be able to do so in a short period of time. The Asia Minor fleet can rest assured and stay here for a few more days to gain more military achievement. Although most of the warships of the Asia Minor fleet were provided by the Greek city-states, the command was in the hands of the Persia. Since the Persians insisted, the admirals of the Greek city-states naturally could not object. So the next day, the Asia Minor fleet continued to cruise in this sea, but when they returned to the station at dusk, they received a shocking news. A Dionysian fleet with an astonishing number of warships had appeared near the waters of Kos, and was heading north along the coastal waters of the western part of Asia Minor. It turned out that after receiving the order from the Ministry of Military Affairs, the three commanders of the Dionia fleets, Cecilia, Mytilades, and Stephacas, decided not to let the fleets go to Crete for the time being. After all, it would be difficult to not attract attention when thousands of warships were dispatched. It would inevitably arouse the enemy's vigilance, and they would not be able to achieve the effect of luring the snake out of its hole. In addition, the conditions of the port in Crete would be difficult to support the long-term stationing of the three fleets, so they decided to station the three fleets in Messenia and Legania first. As the most important relay station between the Holy Kingdom of Dionia and the mainland of Greece, the two kingdoms had been vigorously building port facilities in the past few years, fully able to meet the needs of the fleets and the crew. The fleets were stationed on the southern coast of Peloponnesus, and at the same time, they kept a close eye on the movements on the western coast of Asia Minor. Once a fighter appeared, they would quickly attack. After the Devers agreed to their proposal, the three fleets were stationed in Messenia and Legania, and they rarely moved. Occasionally, they had to train to cultivate the tacit understanding between the fleets, and only a few warships were dispatched, and the training was carried out in the bay. As the southern coast of Peloponnesus was now the heart of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia's sphere of influence in the eastern Mediterranean, it was impossible for merchant ships from Persia and Asia Minor to enter. Therefore, the people of Persia had no idea that all the Dionysian fleet in the western Mediterranean had moved east. Compared to the strict control of the western coast of eastern Mediterranean by Dionia, Persia's management of the eastern coast was relatively lax, especially on the western coast of Asia Minor, where Dionia had planted many spies. Therefore, when the Persia's Asia Minor fleet was established, the Dionysian fleet soon knew about it. A few days after the Asia Minor fleet moved north, the three fleets of Dionia departed the port together and headed east. Thanks to Dionia's vigorous promotion and funding for the Greek allies to improve the port facilities and maintain the sea routes, the Dionysian fleet could not only replenish their food and water supplies in time when crossing the Aegean Sea, they could even travel at night when the weather was good. Therefore, when the Dionysian fleet arrived near the coast of Asia Minor, the Asia Minor fleet was still cruising in the waters of the Hellespont. When the generals of the Asia Minor fleet heard the news, they did not have the confidence to fight against the three fleets of Dionia, which far outnumbered them in number. They did not have the time to provide assistance to the ground forces, and immediately led the fleet back south. In order to avoid a head-on collision with the Dionysian fleet, after passing the island of Chios, the Asia Minor fleet began to move away from the coast, attempting to sail southwest in a big circle to avoid the Dionysian fleet. However, to prevent missing the enemy, the commanders of the Dionysian fleet specially arranged for the second fleet to approach the sea, the first fleet to stay away from the sea, and the third fleet to connect in the middle. All the fleets widened their front lines like a huge net, to catch the big fish, the Asia Minor fleet. To be more precise, the Asia Minor fleet was somewhat lucky. A merchant ship passing by from a western city-state of Asia Minor kindly reminded the Asia Minor fleet that there was a Dionysian fleet heading towards them. Upon hearing the news, the generals of Persia panicked. Faced with the Dionysian fleet, the Asia Minor fleet could no longer continue to make a detour to the west. Otherwise, the fleet would enter the sphere of influence of Dionia in the Aegean Sea. Without any supplies, the fleet would soon collapse without a fight. Therefore, there was only one way in front of them, and that was to get the fleet close to the coast of Asia Minor as soon as possible and hide in the port of a town to avoid the fate of destruction. Therefore, the Asia Minor fleet made an emergency turn and headed straight east. They passed by the island of Samos and attempted to enter the port of Ephesus before the Dionysian fleet could catch up. Ephesus was a large city on the western coast of Asia Minor. Not only was the city wall high and thick, but it was also rich in supplies. The Asia Minor fleet could hide in the city for a long time until the Dionysian fleet had to leave. Unfortunately, the Dionysian fleet was prepared. The second fleet, led by Middleades, quickly passed through the narrow strait of Samos. The warships spread out in the waters near Ephesus in a straight line to intercept the Asia Minor fleet's eastward escape. The generals of the Asia Minor fleet learned about the situation in front of them through the clippers. Faced with the danger of being intercepted in front and being chased from behind, they panicked like ants on a hot pan. They had no choice but to lead the fleet to flee to the port of Samos, which was closest to them. The island of Samos was only separated from the western mainland of Asia Minor by a narrow strait. Like Bosworth Island, it was actually one of the Ionian Islands. It used to be one of the important members of the Delian League, established by Athens. Later, after the Corinth War, Athens gradually recovered its strength, and it once again joined the Sea League of Athens. However, Athens was defeated by Dionysia. Compared to Dionia, which was far away in the western Mediterranean Sea, the people of Samos were closer to Persia. Later, it was attracted by some decrees issued by the king of Persia in order to win over the Greeks in western Asia Minor and quell the rebellion faster. In the end, it completely sided with Persia. When the Asia Minor fleet fled into the port, the three fleets of Dionia soon arrived. The sentries in the port lighthouse and the sentry tower looked at the endless number of Dionia warships spread out on the sea outside the port. All of them felt a chill down their spines. However, Samos, who once provided more than a dozen warships to the Asia Minor fleet, was still holding on to hope. Although the Dionysian fleet was strong, they could not launch an attack on land, nor could they stay here for long. They would have to leave soon. Chapter 1284. However, the people of Samos did not expect that under the command of Sicerion and the other fleet commanders, about 80% of the Dionysian fleet's Raven warships docked at the nearby beach. The fleet's infantrymen disembarked from the warships and gathered nearly 15,000 soldiers to surround the city of Samos. The people of Samos on the city wall were shocked to see the densely packed and fully equipped Dionia soldiers outside the city. At this time, Sicerion sent a messenger into the city of Samos. In the council, he threatened the people of Samos, immediately surrender to Dionia. If they dared to let go of the Asia Minor fleet, they would be punished even if they surrendered. The messenger's threat scared the counselors of Samos, reminding them of the rumor that Dionia had destroyed Tegea in the Greek War. Therefore, they did not dare to retaliate against the messenger's arrogance. Instead, they politely said that the council needed time to discuss this important issue before they could make a decision. After Sicerian learned about the performance of the Samos council from the messenger, he discussed with the Mytilades and Stephakas and reached an agreement. He would lead the first fleet and the 15,000 infantrymen to continue to surround the city of Samos. The second fleet and the third fleet would immediately head north to Milia. Before nightfall, Sicerian even made another decision: drag all the warships to the beach and only send speedboats to take turns to keep watch on the port of Samos. This was a very bold decision. The Asia Minor fleet could take advantage of this favorable opportunity to rush out of the port and quickly escape back to Halicarnassus. In fact, the commanders of the Asia Minor fleet did request Samos to leave the port. However, the Council of Samos was still debating about the request made by the messenger of Dionia during the day and did not reach a consensus. How could they dare to let the Asia Minor fleet leave and bring disaster to themselves? Therefore, they found all sorts of reasons to evade the request. The commanders of the Asia Minor fleet also had different opinions and did not strongly request to leave at night. Therefore, the matter was left unsettled for the time being. On the morning of the second day, Sicorian led the warships of the first fleet to blockade the port again. Meanwhile, the troops on the shore, under the leadership of the infantry commander of the first fleet, Sesaphitorus, cut down the trees on the island. Some of them were used to build camps, while others were used to build siege weapons. They assumed a posture of being ready to attack the city at any time. When the Samos militia saw this, they felt even more uneasy. The commanders of the Asia Minor fleet were also uneasy. Once again, they requested to leave the port quietly at night, and they were very determined. Therefore, after the Samoans tried to brush them off but failed, their attitude became tough. They refused to open the port's water gate and let them go. The two sides almost clashed because of this. Compared to the riots that almost broke out in the city, the Sicerian outside the city was not having it easy either. This was because the rations carried by the crew had run out. Their dinner was the fish that the fleet's crew had spent a lot of effort to catch from the coastal waters for the past 2 days. However, Sicerian was full of confidence in victory. Not only did he trust the Mytilades and Stephakas, but he had also fought side by side with Leotychides. He firmly believed that the current commander of the Greek coalition forces would seize this opportunity to help in time. For this reason, he visited various tents throughout the evening, encouraging the crew and the infantry of the fleet to persevere. On the morning of the third day, the starving Dionia crew still drove the warships out to sea and blockaded the port of Samos. If the Asia Minor fleet rushed out of the port and fought with the first fleet of Dionia, the outcome was still unknown. However, the Asia Minor fleet was afraid that the enemy's warships outnumbered theirs, so they chose to continue to hide in the port. The Samosians' delay was more like handing their fate over to the gods. Of course, they hoped that the reinforcements from Persia would arrive in time. However, at noon, a huge fleet sailed from the north, and the Samosians' expectations were completely dashed. Not only did Leotychides send a fleet to transport food, but he also sent the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fleets to transport the soldiers of the entire 10th Legion. For a time, thousands of warships gathered in the waters near Samos. Not only did they intimidate the Asia Minor fleet in the port of Samos, but they also demonstrated their powerful naval strength to the nearby coastal city-states such as Ephesus. 8,000 soldiers of the 10th Legion and the remaining infantrymen of the fleet had all landed on Samos Island. Almost 30,000 Dionians were lined up outside the city, covering most of the mountains and fields of Samos Island, not to mention the ballistic cannons that were so powerful. The Samosians were completely in despair. Since their establishment, they had never faced such a powerful enemy. Athens, which had once attacked them, could not be compared to them at all. Therefore, before the Daionia soldiers even started to attack the city, they quickly made a decision to surrender. When the generals of the Asia Minor fleet at the port learned that the Samosians had betrayed Persia, they immediately led the crew to start a riot in the port, attempting to seize the water gate so that the warships of the fleet could rush out of the port. This was a last-ditch effort, and it was better than being captured without even fighting a battle. Who knew that after the Samosians surrendered to the Dionysian army, they immediately invited the Dionysian army to enter the city, and asked them to personally deal with the tens of thousands of Asia Minor fleet's crew who were entrenched in the port. Not long after, the riot launched by the Asia Minor fleet was crushed by the 10th Legion of Daionia. So far, the Dionysian army and fleet barely suffered any losses, and they captured the entire Asia Minor fleet of Persia. This was an exciting victory. It not only meant that Daionia had temporarily gained the dominance of the sea in the western part of Asia Minor, but it also caused a change in the naval strength of Persia and Daionia, which were roughly equal to each other, as Daionia and its allies began to gain the upper hand. The destruction of the Persia-Asia Minor fleet and the surrender of Samos had a great impact on the Greek states in the western part of Asia Minor. They suddenly realized that without the protection of their navy, and with most of the Persia garrisons heading to Phrygia, the powerful Dionysian fleet could land and attack any western coastal city-state at will. Therefore, Ephesus, Miletus, Chios, and even Lesvos and many other Greek city-states in Asia Minor changed their previous estranged attitude and sent messengers to the Dionysian fleet and the landed Dionysian army to express their goodwill. Some even asked them to release part of the Asia Minor fleet's crew. After all, most of the crew of the Asia Minor fleet came from these Greek city-states. Leotychides led the generals of the allied army to hold a military conference with several commanders of the Dionysian fleet, including Sicerion, and the admiral of the Athens navy, Caprias. After discussion, they decided that as long as the Greek city-states in Asia Minor regularly provided a certain amount of military supplies to Daionia and the Greek allied army, and opened their ports to the allied army, then Daionia and its allies would promise not to attack these cities and release the crew from these cities. In the notice given to the messengers of the Greek city-states in Asia Minor, there was no requirement for them to surrender to Daionia. This was because Leotychides and Sicerion knew very well that only by completely defeating the land army of Asia Minor could these fence-sitters completely submit to Daionia. In the early morning of January 364 BC, year 30 of the kingdom of Daionia, the people of Thurii, who had just celebrated the new year, woke up early to clean the roads in front of their houses. After breakfast, some people rushed to the river port in the city, while others waited by the road near their houses. When the sun rose, both sides of the road from the foot of the Hill of the Kings to the inner city port were crowded with people of all ages. Just when everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the King's Hill, a loud shout came from the front. "They're here! They're here!" The cheers made the people excited. Everyone pushed and shoved each other. If it were not for the soldiers maintaining order on the road, it would have caused quite a commotion. After a while, in the middle of the road, a team of palace cavalry appeared. They wore black breastplates, purple cloaks, and red helmet. They rode majestic horses, and each of them looked imposing. They marched forward in an orderly formation. Behind them, the king of Daionia, the Devers, appeared in front of the people. He wore a golden crown on his head, a gorgeous armor engraved with the image of Hades waving a fork, and a thick woolen robe. He rode on a black horse. Although his hair was gray, his back was still straight and his eyes were sharp. He looked hale and hearty. Beside him was his eldest son, Clotocatax, the current consul of the kingdom. The achievements he had made in Thurii over the past few years were obvious to all, especially the successful holding of the Daionia Games last year. His ability to govern had been fully recognized by the people of Thurii. This was why they were not too worried when they learned that the king of Devers was going to personally conquer Persia, a big country in the east. Behind them was Apox, the second son of the king of Devers. He was already a famous scholar in the kingdom, and he was promoted to the deputy dean of the School of Mathematics in Dionia last year. He was famous for his wisdom among the people of Dionia, but because he stayed in the school for a long time, he was mysterious in the eyes of ordinary people. Next to Apox was Antibris, the third son of the king of Devers. Among the children of the Devers, he was the most popular one among the people of Turii, not only because he was a football star, but also because he was active, willing to interact with the people, and very down-to-earth. Next to Antibris was Eunice, the second daughter of the king of Devers. Although Cynthia was only the adopted daughter of the Devers, her gentle and virtuous character was recognized by the people of Turii as the eldest daughter of the Devers. As a woman, she should have traveled in a carriage like her mother and sisters, but she insisted on riding a horse. She loved sports and competitions, and her character was similar to that of a man. She was also loved by the people of Turii, especially the merchants of Turii. She had taken over the Kristoia Chamber of Commerce in recent years, and her capable and decisive style was even more sought after by them. Chapter 1285. The king of Devers's other biological daughter, Avia, sat in the royal carriage that followed, not showing herself in front of the people. This made the tourists by the roadside feel slightly regretful. As the Dionia princess was introverted and shy, and did not like to appear in public, the tourists didn't know much about her at first. It was only when she became the director of the zoo, and because she had to take care of the animals, she came into contact with the tourists and children visiting the zoo. Only then did everyone understand her kindness and innocence, and thus she was loved by the people. Kristoia, Agnes, Cynthia, Avia, and the children rode in 2 royal carriages, followed closely by 2 groups of palace cavalry. Compared to their enemy, Persia, the Dionia royal family's procession could be said to be very simple, but the people's support for them was far greater than that of the Persia royal family. Long live the Devers king! Long live the Devers royal family of Hades! The people used continuous cheers to express their support for the king of Devers and his family, as well as to express their good wishes for the upcoming war. Among these more formal cheers there were some personal hobbies. May Hades bless the beautiful Princess Eunice. May Hades bless the kind Princess Avia. Prince Antibris, I love you. Eunice giggled and teased. Antibris, did you hear that? Be careful, or I'll tell Ronia. I don't even know that woman. She might be a rugby fan like you. Don't talk nonsense. Antibris hurriedly defended himself. Ronia was his wife. She was once the daughter of a tourist rugby team owner. She had a cheerful and generous personality, and loved sports. She had never accepted Antibris's courtship, worried that she would be restricted after marrying into the royal family. Antibris persistently pursued her, and the two only got married after last year's sports competition. This made him the latest among the Devers children to get married, and it could be said that he had settled one of the Devers' worries. It was precisely because this marriage had not come easily that Antibris treasured it. Don't worry, Auntie. Eunice won't say anything. She can't bear to lose a good friend like Ronia. Apox said plainly. Apostle, you talk too much. Eunice rolled her eyes at him. It was true that Eunice and Ronia had similar personalities and interests. Ever since Ronia married into the royal family, the two quickly became good friends. In last year's rugby and soccer competitions, the two often appeared together in the stands of the stadium, becoming a beautiful scene in the competition. The Devers looked around with a smile on their faces, waving to the people cheering on the side of the road. However, the horses under them did not slow down at all. Soon, the team arrived at the inner city pier. The kingdom's administrative office, the ministers of various departments, and the senators of the Senate were already waiting there. When they saw the arrival of the king of Devers, they stepped forward in an orderly manner and bowed respectfully. The Devers dismounted and looked at the 5 assistant ministers who walked up to him. He said seriously, After I go to the eastern Mediterranean, the affairs of the kingdom will be in your hands. Your Majesty, don't worry. His Highness Clodocatax is outstanding. We will do our best to assist him. Hacker said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, we will do our best to maintain the stability of the kingdom, and patiently wait for your triumphant return. Cypros said sincerely. Your Majesty, we will do our best to ensure the logistics of the army. You can attack the Persia with peace of mind. Antares said immediately. The Devers smiled and nodded. He patted the shoulders of Bagul and Adrianx, who did not speak but looked determined. A lot of things had been arranged beforehand, so there was no need for him to say anything more. He smiled at the ministers and senators who came forward to greet him as he slowly walked to the pier. When he walked to the side of the docked royal airship, only his family followed him. He stopped and swept his gentle eyes across the faces of each of his family members. Finally, his eyes fell on Patroclus, who he had called out from the crowd. He said solemnly, Patroclus, the safety of the kingdom and the royal family is in your hands. Your Majesty. Patroclus saw the unhappy look on the Devers' face as soon as he said that. He quickly changed his words and said, Father, I will do my best to assist Clotho to maintain the stability of the kingdom. Previously, the Devers had ordered the Ministry of Military Affairs to transfer Hasdrubal to be the commander of the 14th Legion and follow him to Persia. Sextus would take over as the commander of the northern border of the kingdom. He then appointed his most trusted son-in-law, Patroclus, as the commander of the reserve legion of the kingdom, stationed in the barracks of Thurii. The most important mission of this temporary position was that if there was any unrest in the kingdom, especially in the Italian peninsula, he had the right to mobilize reserve troops from any region to quell the unrest. Patroclus was reluctant at first. He wanted to participate in the large-scale war between Daionia and Persia, but after the Devers' detailed discussion with him and his wife, Cynthia, he finally accepted the appointment. The Devers had personally led the army to war many times in the past, but they had never made such an arrangement. Why did they have to do this time? It was because the Devers believed that the war in Persia would last for a long time due to the distance and vastness of its territory. The kingdom of Daionia had sent almost all of its regular legions, so the internal defense would be inadequate. In case of an emergency, the army would not be able to come back in time. Therefore, they needed the most trustworthy general to stay in the kingdom and gather the remaining military resources to maintain the security of the kingdom. Of course, there was another important reason that the Devers could not say. Patroclus was still young, but he had already made great achievements in the military. If he was allowed to return from the war in Persia, his prestige in the army would be further enhanced, which would be detrimental to Clodocatax's rule of the kingdom. Even though the Devers had carefully observed Patroclus for many years and believed that his character was completely trustworthy, he still needed to prepare for a rainy day to prevent a rift in the royal family in the future so that the family could always maintain harmony. The Devers nodded, then looked at his son, the future king, and said in a deep voice, Take good care of your two mothers and siblings. After I leave, the kingdom will be handed over to you. Do it well. After the conversation between the father and son that night, Clodocatax certainly understood the true meaning of the Devers' words. Feeling the weight of this heavy responsibility, he took a deep breath and replied with an unprecedented solemn expression, Yes, Father. Your Majesty, don't forget to inform me and Agnes to go to Miletus when the time comes. Just then, Christoia suddenly reminded him loudly. The Devers gazed at the charming faces of his two wives and smiled gently. Both of you wait for my good news. Grandpa, I also want to go to Persia with you. Christod could not help but say. Divers bent down with a kind look on his face. You're still too young now. When you've learned all the knowledge in school and grown taller and stronger, not only will I bring you to Persia, but I'll also bring you to Egypt and Greece. What do you think? Yes. Christod nodded vigorously. The Devers smiled and gently pinched his little face. Finally, under the watchful eyes of his relatives, they boarded the twin-headed dragon ship. Your Majesty! The palace clerk Henoboris and the former head of intelligence, Aristyras, who were waiting at the entrance, bowed. Your Majesty, you are too slow. Cough cough. We have been waiting on the ship for so long that our feet are going to rot. The one who spoke was Amintas, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Alexis, Felicius, and the other old people also stepped forward and bowed to the Devers. Amintas, you are already so old, but your temperament still hasn't changed. You should know that you can't rush a war with a big country like Persia, the Devers said jokingly as he gestured to Henoboris. Let's go. Amidst the cheers and farewells, the twin-headed dragon ship slowly left the dock. As soon as it entered the Kratai River, there were even louder cheers. It turned out that both sides of the Kratai River were also filled with people, who were excitedly waving and shouting at the unique warship in the kingdom. Your Majesty, it seems that the people are very enthusiastic about this war. Felicius said happily. All these years, the tourists have sacrificed a lot for the kingdom. I'm afraid they are hoping that the soldiers of the First and Second Legions can return smoothly and triumphantly. The Devers said with a sigh. As soon as he finished speaking, Amintas suddenly coughed loudly. As the twin-headed dragon ship sailed down the river, the soldiers of the First and Second Legions were boarding the ships at the port of Turis. At the mouth of the Kratai River, thousands of warships of the First and Second Fleets were waiting there. They had only been ordered to return to the kingdom last month, and had been going back and forth between the Italian peninsula and the southern bay of Peloponnesus. They were responsible for the safety of the transport routes of the various legions in the kingdom. Protecting the transport ships of the First and Second Legions, as well as the warship of the King of Devers, was the last and most important mission for these two fleets. The huge fleet sailed out of the Bay of Turis, crossed the Adriatic estuary, passed by the coastal islands of Kerkyra, Kephallonia, and Zacynthus, and entered the Bay of Messenia. Although Messenia was now a vassal of the Kingdom of Dionia, most of the members of its council were citizens of Dionia, and the citizens of Messenia who were born in Helots were full of gratitude and respect for Dionia. The relationship between the two sides was very close, and in fact, it was not much different from the territory of the kingdom itself. At the same time, it was a maritime trade relay station between the kingdom and the mainland of Greece, which greatly boosted the development of its trade. In recent years, the port had been constantly expanding, and was no longer simple and crude. It could accommodate the huge fleet and meet the needs of the soldiers of the two legions. Chapter 1286. The Devers stayed for 2 days and met with the members of the Messenian Council and a few Messenian citizens, causing a sensation in the whole territory. The leaders of the nearby cities of Sparta, Arcadia Union, Elis, Agos, Corinth, and other cities also came to see them, causing the Devers to stay for another 2 days. 5 days later, the Devers bid farewell to the people of Peloponnesus, and the fleet sailed southeast, passing by Crete. After replenishing their food and water supplies, they sailed straight south. The next 500-kilometer-long sea voyage was slightly risky, but under the leadership of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, it had become one of the most prosperous sea routes between the western Mediterranean, Greece, Cyrenaica, and Egypt. The other route was through Sicily to Carthage, and then along the coast of Africa to Egypt. Due to the storm that happened in the African Sea last year, which destroyed the fleet of the Egyptian emissary delegation, the Dionia fleet chose this route for the safety of the king. The fleet sailed smoothly and did not encounter any trouble, and successfully arrived at the coast of Cyrenaica. Although Cyrenaica was once known as a child of Sparta, Dionia and Cyrenaica had established friendly relations since the time when Dionysius crossed the sea to conquer Dionia, and this friendly relationship continued to strengthen over time. Of course, Cyrenaica had also consciously changed from the initial equal status of both sides to a respectful attitude of a small country serving a large country. Since last year, several waves of the Dionysian army had passed through Cyrenaica. The people of Cyrenaica were not alarmed, and were even somewhat used to it. However, when the emissary of the Dionysian army informed the Cyrenaican leaders that the king of Devers is in the army, these Cyrenaican oligarchs hurriedly prepared a large amount of gold, silver, and military supplies, and then rushed to the temporary camp by the port to pay their respects. The Devers had a friendly conversation with them, and made it clear that Dionia would do its best to ensure the political stability of Egypt during the war with Persia. For the people of Cyrenaica, who had never been invaded by foreign enemies, the war between Dionia and Persia had no effect on them. The only things that could affect the safety of Cyrenaica were civil strife and famine. The unrest in Egypt would cause a large number of Libyans living in Egypt to flee to the west, which would inevitably destabilize the political situation in Cyrenaica. Although the Dionysian army had helped Egypt to quell the rebellion last year, a new pharaoh had not been elected, which made the oligarchs of Cyrenaica feel uneasy. Now that they had the assurance of the king of Dionia, they could go back in peace. The fleet of Dionia rested for 2 days at the port of Cyrenaica, then continued to sail eastward along the coast of Africa. By the middle of February, they finally reached the coast of Egypt. While the Devers led the fleet on their journey, the messenger ship that had set off from Turai had arrived in Egypt 8 days ago. Whether it was the Assists and Topyrus in Memphis, or Chalcidius in Per Rameses, they had all led their officials to the city of Naucratis. When the Devers ship successfully passed through the checkpoint at the mouth of the Pelusia River, a tributary of the Nile, and slowly sailed into the port, the Egyptians who came to welcome them let out deafening cheers. This surprised the Devers who had yet to disembark. When he stepped onto the dock, the Assists and the others immediately went up to him and bowed respectfully. "You have all worked hard during this period. On behalf of the people of the kingdom, I would like to express my gratitude for your contributions to the kingdom." The Devers returned the salute solemnly, then looked around at the densely packed Egyptians and asked curiously, "Did you arrange this?" "Due to concerns about safety, we did not announce it to the public. This was all done on their own initiative," the Assists quickly explained. "Oh!" The Devers looked at the excited faces in the distance and asked with interest, "Are they from all over Egypt?" "No, Your Majesty," Assists answered frankly. "Most of them come from this city and the surrounding villages and towns," Assists answered honestly. Naucratis was a stronghold provided by the Egyptian pharaohs for Greek mercenaries hundreds of years ago. Later, it gradually developed into the only Hellenistic Egyptian town that often traded with the Greek. Most of the residents of the city were of Greek descent, not to mention that in the past 20 years, most of the diplomatic and trade contacts between Dionia and Egypt were conducted through this town, causing some Dionia citizens to settle here for a long time. It was precisely because of the uniqueness of Naucratis that it was ostracized and suppressed by the conservative Egyptian society. Like an isolated island in the middle of the ocean, it had no political influence on Egypt. This time, after the reinforcements from Dionia quelled the rebellion in Egypt, they stayed for a long time and did not leave. Even the recent decrees from Memphis to the cities and towns in the Nile Delta contained faint traces of Dionia. This made the sensitive people of Naucratis realize that the political situation in Egypt had probably changed drastically. This might be a great opportunity for them to make a comeback, hence the grand welcome today. This was the people of Naucratis showing their loyalty to the king of Dionia. Of course, Devers had thought of this, and he felt a little disappointed. At this time, a voice rang in his ear, "Your Majesty, in fact, the people of other cities and towns in Egypt are also very happy about your arrival. However, due to the long journey and lack of time, they were unable to come here in time to welcome you. When your Majesty is on your way to Memphis, I believe you will be able to see the enthusiasm of the other Egyptians." The person who spoke was standing next to Assist. He had dark skin and a slightly chubby body. His face was wrinkled, and he had a gray goatee on his chin. His upper body was slightly bowed, and he looked at Divers with a flattering smile. Devers saw that he was wearing a pure white short-sleeved linen robe, a golden crown on his head, and a slender staff in his hand. He had a rough idea of who this person was, but he still asked in surprise, "This is, Your Majesty, this is the high priest appointed by Pharaoh Tanib during his reign, Ammonius Hotep from the Kerak Temple. We have received a lot of help from him since we came to Egypt." Assists quickly introduced him. Devers smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Assists has mentioned you many times in his letters to me. You have given us great support. Your Majesty, it is my honor to meet you." Ammonius Hotep bowed respectfully and said in slightly stiff Greek, "You are the son of Ammonius, the lord of Upper and Lower Egypt. It is my honor to serve you, and it is also the honor of the Egyptian people. So you do not have to be surprised that they have gathered here, because from now on, all the people of Egypt will listen to your teachings devoutly." Although Devers had already learned from Assist's letters that this noble high priest had completely sided with Dionia, his overly flattering attitude still surprised Devers. They could not help but wonder if the power of Dionia had frightened these pampered Egyptian priests, making them so weak at the knees. After all, 3 months ago, the vanguard led by Chalcidius had not only destroyed the usurping Nicotanni Persia, but also quickly put down the rebellions in other towns in the Nile Delta. This scared the Thebes, not the Greek city-states, but the Thebes, the religious center of Upper Egypt, a little restless. Since last December, other legion of Dionia had arrived in Egypt one after another. Including the first and second legions that had arrived today, the number of Legion of Dionysia in Egypt had reached close to 20, including the cavalry legions. A huge force of more than 100,000 people, coupled with their powerful combat power, was enough to destroy the whole of Egypt. How could Ammonius Hotep not tremble? Most of the people in the port of Naucratis understood Greek. When they heard High Priest Ammonius Hotep say the title of Son of Ammon, King of Upper and Lower Egypt, there was an uproar at first, followed by a burst of cheers. Then, everyone knelt down and shouted the name of the great and noble Pharaoh Devers. In the face of the cheers of the Egyptian people, the Devers did not forget himself. He knew very well that Ammonius Hotep was actually a test for him, so he smiled and said, "I am very grateful to the great Ammon for giving me such an important mission. However, the territory of Dionia is vast, and my energy is limited. I hope that the servants of God Ammon can assist me in managing this ancient kingdom, so that the people of Egypt can once again bask in the light of God Ammon's mercy." Such a direct and clear answer from the Devers greatly relieved Ammonius Hotep. He immediately declared loudly, "All the servants of Ammon are willing to devote all their loyalty to you, the great Pharaoh." In the past few months, Topyrus and the eminent monks of Egypt had negotiated many times to reach an agreement. At this moment, with the commitment of the Devers and Ammonius Hotep, the cooperation between the two sides was officially established. Then, the Devers came to the front of the kneeling people, motioned for them to get up, and said loudly, "Subjects of Egypt, these years, Persia in the north has repeatedly sent troops to attack Egypt, in vain to occupy the land of the Nile, and then turn you into slaves, forcing you to give up your faith in Ammon, and turning you into Ahura Mazda. The rebellion of Nicotanni Persia was instigated by the Persia, and Egypt is already in a very dangerous situation. So the great god Ammon has made me the new master of this land, and I have brought brave and fearless soldiers. They will guard Egypt, defeat Persia, and let you enjoy a long period of peace and tranquility. Ensure that Egypt will always be Egypt's Egypt." Chapter 1287. Amidst the cheers of the Egyptian people, the Devers boarded the carriage and drove into the governor's palace in Naucratis. The next day, Divers led the 2nd and 1st legions to the north. Under the suggestion of Assists and Ammonius Hetipu, he did not take the warships. Instead, he took the land route. He took a luxurious carriage, and under the lead of a group of Egyptian priests led by Ammonius Hetipu, they advanced along the southern bank of the Nile in a grand manner. For other parts of the Mediterranean, it was the season of sowing, but in Egypt, sowing had already ended. When the Nile's flood waters receded in August and September last year, the huge pools that the farmers had built to prevent the water from flowing away too quickly were almost dried up. Instead, green wheat seedlings grew along the banks of the Nile. In addition, the banks of the Nile and its tributaries were also lush with green papyrus, causing the entire Nile delta to look like a green sea. In this refreshing green sea, small patches of yellow could occasionally be seen. Those were the villages that the Egyptians had built with mud brick. However, outside of this huge oasis was an extremely dry and dusty, boundless desert. The Devers sat in the carriage and traveled between the yellow and green world. He was also quite amazed. While he was leading the army to Memphis, his speech at the port of Naucratis had already been spread by those who were interested in it. As if it had grown wings, it quickly spread to both sides of the Nile. The Egyptians heard three main meanings from his word. First, the Devers wanted to be the new pharaohs of Egypt. Second, the huge army that Dionia had stationed in Egypt was not to continue the war in Egypt, but to attack Persia and protect the peace of Egypt. Third, Dionia would not come to snatch the land of the Egyptians. Egypt would still be managed by the Egyptians. The Egyptians knew that Dionia had always kept its promises. Back then, when there was a war with Greece, it still sent a large number of troops to help Egypt defend against Persia. Moreover, this was a speech made by the king of Dionia in front of the Egyptian people. It was very unlikely that they would break their promise. After the Dionysian army had put down the rebellion in Egypt, they had remained in the country. Over the past month, there had been rumors that Dionia wanted to annex Egypt. Now that the king of Dionia had personally admitted that he wanted to be the pharaoh of Egypt and had even received the support of the priests of the Temple of Ammon, many Egyptian officials and local forces had mixed feelings. At the same time, they were also relieved. They personally went to visit the new pharaoh, hoping to leave a good impression. For ordinary Egyptians, land, faith, and peace were what they craved the most. Since the Devers had made a promise in public, most of the people were not angry that an outsider was about to become the pharaoh of Egypt. Instead, they showed a certain amount of enthusiasm. Instead, they wanted to know what the king of the Dionysian army who could fight against the fierce Persia looked like. This season was temporarily a slack period for the Egyptians. In the past, when they had nothing to do, they would go make mud bricks, catch birds, and fish. At this time, they brought the old and the young to the roadside to welcome the arrival of the new pharaoh. At the suggestion of Amenhotep, the Devers changed his appearance in the city of Naucratis. He officially put on the red and white crown that represented the rule of Upper and Lower Egypt, as well as the fake beard that represented the identity of the pharaoh. Then, he put on a golden one-piece armor and sat in a magnificent carriage. Along the way, he looked solemn and did not pretend to speak. The Egyptians, who had always worshipped the gods and feared power, saw the new pharaoh sitting in a magnificent carriage from afar. They were in awe and cheered loudly. The towns and cities they passed by also opened their gates to welcome them, and the officials competed to show their loyalty. The Devers comforted the people along the way. The whole team did not move very fast, and they even took a brief tour of the pyramids of Giza. Finally, after 10 days, they arrived in Memphis. Memphis was located south of the Nile Delta and north of Upper Egypt. It happened to be in between Upper and Lower Egypt, so it was called the balance of the two countries. In the early days of Egypt, the capital was in Thebes. From the beginning of the Middle Dynasty to the present day, more pharaohs set the capital in Memphis because it was more conducive to ruling over Upper and Lower Egypt. When the Devers entered the city of Memphis, he immediately understood why Chalcidius had been able to easily capture the capital of Egypt, which was occupied by the rebel army. It was different from other Mediterranean city-states. It did not surround the entire city with thick walls, but only built walls in 3 places. One was the Temple of Ptah, one was the Temple of Osiris, and the last was the pharaoh's palace and the residential area of the nobles. It was almost impossible to resist the siege of the Dionysian army with such a small city area and a lack of soldiers, not to mention that the internal situation was very unstable. The handicrafts and metalworking industry of Memphis were famous throughout Egypt. Half of the city area was occupied by handicrafts and residential areas. Therefore, the patron gods of these 2 industries, Ptah and Osiris, were highly respected here. Not only did the people worship the 3 pillar gods of Memphis, Ptah, Sekhmet, and Nephilim, but they also worshipped the god of the underworld, Osiris. Even the monks worshipped the Apis bull as a sacred object in the temple. In fact, the Devers had also imagined that Osiris would be the incarnation of Hades in Egypt, replacing Ammon and becoming the highest faith of the people of Egypt, but it would obviously take a very long time. Among the officials who came to greet them, of course, were the priests of the Temple of Ptah and Osiris. The Devers promised them that they would make time to worship and leave with satisfaction. After appeasing the officials of Memphis, the Devers did not immediately go to the palace. Instead, he went to the Dionia barracks outside the city to greet the soldiers. For this, he specially took off his fake beard, took off his red and white crown, and put on a golden crown, entering the barracks as the king of Dionia. At dusk, he drove into the palace of Memphis. The palace guards quickly took up the task of protecting the palace, while Henoboris took over the internal affairs of the entire palace. He also asked the royal chefs who came with him to prepare a safe and delicious dinner. The Devers invited Assists, Topyrus, Chalcidas, and the various army commanders who had arrived in Egypt one after another to thank them for their efforts during this time. The atmosphere of the banquet was not very warm, because the Devers were not allowed to drink. After the banquet ended, the Devers asked them to stay and held a meeting. Now all of our troops have entered Egypt. With such a large number of soldiers, I'm afraid it will be difficult to fully meet the needs of the logistics provided by the faraway kingdom. Does Egypt have the ability to provide long-term and sufficient logistical support for the army? Assists, you have been in charge of the administrative affairs of Egypt for the past few months, and you have a sufficient understanding of the situation in Egypt. What do you think? The Devers raised the question that he was most concerned about. After all, the real purpose of his personally leading the army this time was to defeat Persia. Annexing Egypt was just a matter of convenience. Your Majesty, the Assists was already prepared for this. He answered seriously, if we only rely on the food reserves in the Nile Delta, it will indeed be difficult to meet the needs of the entire army. You have to know that just the provisions provided to the army led by Commander Chalcidas have already emptied the granaries of the towns in the Nile Delta, and there are still 2 to 3 months before the harvest. Isn't Egypt known as the granary of the Mediterranean? Isn't there an endless supply of food? Matones, the commander of the First Legion, interrupted. This is because Nikotani Persia started a rebellion a few months ago, which caused the situation in Lower Egypt to become unstable. In order to protect themselves, the various towns had to urgently recruit troops, which led to a huge increase in the consumption of food. If it weren't for Commander Chalcidas's quick actions and quelling the unrest in Egypt in a short period of time, I'm afraid the army that arrived later would have completely relied on the logistical support of the kingdom. While explaining, the Assists also praised Chalcidas. As the head of the military and government of Dionia in Egypt, the two of them had been working well together for the past few months. Chalcidas smiled at the Assists to show his gratitude. The Devers saw this, but he did not feel too disgusted. When fighting outside, only by working together could they win. This was the philosophy that he had always emphasized. He asked calmly, Assists, although you make it sound like it's very difficult, you don't feel nervous at all. It seems that there must be a way to solve the food supply problem. Your Majesty is wise. The Assists smiled and said unhurriedly, Egypt has always been mainly agricultural, so it attaches great importance to the cultivation and storage of food. Like the kingdom, it has granaries in the big cities to store the food they collect in case of famine. The famine referred to by the Egyptians is when the Nile floods in June and July are too small, so when the floods recede, the area of arable land will obviously decrease, resulting in a significant decrease in food production. Or they can wait for the price of food in the Mediterranean to rise before selling it. Other than that, there is another force in Egypt that stores a lot of food, and that is the temples. The monks of the Egyptian temples owned a lot of land and slaves, especially in Upper Egypt. These monks did not take on administrative responsibilities. They only took out a small amount of food to share with the believers during temple celebrations. Therefore, their food reserves were far greater than the granaries of the towns. It is precisely because the monks of Egypt are too rich and have too much power that when Jeho was in power, he issued a decree to suppress the power of the monks. Although in order for Dionia to smoothly annex Egypt, the Assists had no choice but to cooperate with the Egyptian monks, led by Amenhotep, as an administrative official. He could not bear to see these monks being so arrogant in Egypt, so he could not help but say something more. Chapter 1288. Of course, the Assists knew very well that the kingdom's focus was still on the smooth handover of power in Egypt and the war against Persia, so he continued, "It's precisely because the Egyptian monks have suffered a lot over the past year that when we expressed our goodwill to them, they quickly approached us. Not only did they proactively help us promote the legitimacy of the kingdom's rule over Egypt, but they also took out part of their food reserves to help us solve the food supply problem. In addition, Amenhotep also proposed on behalf of the monks that they are willing to continue to provide food for the kingdom's army attacking Persia, as long as we give them part of the spoils of war. We can't agree to this request." Matones objected loudly. "The spoils of war obtained by the army are exchanged with the soldiers' blood. 1/3 of it has to go to the national treasury, 1/3 to the Ministry of Military Affairs, and 1/3 to the soldiers themselves. The soldiers didn't get much in the first place. It's already good enough that we didn't kill these fat Egyptian priests. How dare they snatch food from us?" Silence. The Devers saw that most of the commanders were angry under Matones' lead. They had no choice but to put on a stern face and warn in a low voice, "Don't say such things carelessly in the future. Persia is the richest in the world. The wealth accumulated over the past 100 years is incalculable. As long as we defeat Persia, the soldiers can obtain far more spoils of war than before. It's not a big loss to give some to the Egyptian temples. On the contrary, you should know very well that the most important thing for a kingdom's army fighting a foreign country far away from home is not the spoils of war, but the food. During war, food is more precious than gold. You can't buy it even if you have money. If there's a lack of food, even the bravest soldiers will be easily defeated. We only need to give up some spoils of war that we might obtain in the future, but we can exchange it for sufficient food that the Egyptian temples can provide immediately. This is a great deal for us." At this point, the Devers looked at the Assists and asked, "If I agree to their request, how long can the food they provide supply all our troops?" "According to what Amenhotep told me, it can probably protect the royal army in Egypt for more than 2 months. After more than 2 months, Egypt will enter the harvest season, and the food harvested in the Nile Delta can continue to provide security for the army." Assists made a serious calculation and replied, "According to the situation Amenhotep told me, it can probably guarantee the royal army in Egypt for more than 2 months. After 2 months, Egypt will enter the harvest season, and the food harvested in the Nile Delta can continue to provide security for the army." Devers looked around at the generals. "Everyone, did you hear that? Now, it's up to you to decide if we should accept the Egyptian monk's request." Matones' face was slightly red, but his tone was firm. "As long as it can reduce the burden on the kingdom and benefit the army, it's worth it for the soldiers to lose some spoils of war. Of course we'll agree." Matonis's words were immediately agreed by the other generals. Devers smiled and nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Chalcidius was hesitating to speak. He immediately asked, "Chalcidius, do you have anything to add?" "Your Majesty." Chalcidius could only tell the truth. "According to what I know, the Egyptian monks' request isn't because they're greedy. It's because of their tradition. In the past, after the Egyptian army won a battle, they would offer the spoils of war to the temple, and the temple would also donate food to the army during the battle. I'm thinking, after we defeat Persia, the kingdom may station troops in Egypt or nearby areas to consolidate the conquered areas. If these troops follow Egypt's tradition, then when they go out to war, they may be able to rely on Egypt to solve their food supply. This will greatly reduce the burden on the kingdom." That's a good idea." Devers was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the temporary commander of the Egyptian army he'd appointed to be so focused on the battle. As he looked at Chalcidius with approval, he said, "Henny, write down this suggestion. We'll discuss it after the battle." "Yes, Your Majesty." Devers didn't praise Chalcidius anymore. After all, he wasn't the most senior among the generals present, and he was from Sicily. If he showed too much importance to him, it might cause some generals to be jealous. So, Devers immediately changed the topic. "Assists, since Amontape is so sincere in cooperating with you and supporting the kingdom's rule in Egypt, I'll follow your suggestion in the letter and appoint him as the regional governor of Egypt. What do the Egyptians call it?" "Vizier, which means prime minister," Assists replied. "Yes, appoint Amontape as vizier, in charge of the administration of Upper Egypt," Devers said seriously. Divers said seriously, "And you are also a vizier, responsible for governing Lower Egypt." "I won't appoint a minister. The kingdom's Ministry of Finance will soon send tax officials to centralize the management of Egypt's finances and taxes. In addition, although Amontape is Upper Egypt's vizier, his office must be in Memphis. Topyrus, you must clarify these matters with Amontape." "Yes, Your Majesty," Topyrus replied. "This was what they did during the reign of Pharaoh Tanib. Now that our kingdom is stronger, we only need to make these requests to Amungo Topyrus, and he will definitely be happy to agree." As the founding monarch of Dionia, letting a surrendered subject of Egypt gather the high priest and vizier of Egypt at the same time was, in fact, equivalent to giving up control over Upper Egypt. Although this was only temporary, it still made Devers, who had always been tough, a little unwilling. He said in a serious tone, "Although I promised not to migrate to Egypt, the assimilation and integration of Egypt is still the most important thing for you, Assists, to govern Egypt. I hope you can think of a good way." "I understand, Your Majesty." The Assists, who had rich experience in governing foreign tribes, replied confidently, "There is a special feature in Egypt. After the governor of a town becomes a pharaoh, the people of this town will be promoted and put in important positions. Many Egyptians believe that the reason why Dionia was able to occupy Egypt was that Naucrates played a big role in it, so we can naturally put a large number of Naucrates who are similar to us in blood and culture, and are more willing to be close to us, so as to speed up the consolidation of our rule in Lower Egypt. I have appointed the former governor of Naucrates, Eulilochus, as my assistant. I have also transferred a number of young officials from Naucrates to Memphis to serve as translators and scribes. After confirming their ability and loyalty, they will be sent to various towns to take up important positions. I have decided to open all the towns along the coast of Egypt to strengthen trade with the kingdom, so as to break the closed state of Egypt and allow the Egyptians to have more exchanges with the people of Dionia. I hope to be able to send the children of the nobles of Lower Egypt to study in Turai. I also want to build many schools in Egypt, so that the kingdom can send enough teachers to teach, so that the next generation of Egyptians can understand the strength and prosperity of the kingdom, identify with the kingdom's culture, and gradually see themselves as citizens of Dionia and feel proud of it. The Devers listened carefully and thought for a while before nodding with satisfaction and said, "Very good. Write down all your ideas. I want to read them carefully. ACI, I can rest assured that you will rule Egypt. But you have to pay attention. Not only will Naucrates be of great help to us in governing Lower Egypt, but its strategic position is also very important to the kingdom. Once there is turmoil in Egypt, as long as Naucrates is still loyal to the kingdom, reinforcements from the kingdom can easily land on the western coast of Egypt and quickly quell the rebellion. So in the future, there must be a garrison of the kingdom in Naucrates." "I will remember, Your Majesty," Assists replied solemnly. The Devers glanced at the drowsy generals and said loudly, "Chalcidius, you know the Egyptian army better. Tell me, how is their combat power?" Chalcidius quickly replied, "Your Majesty, the combat power of the Egyptian army is not strong. Although their soldiers do not lack the courage to fight, most of them do not wear armor. There are no heavy infantry and there are not many cavalry. The only slightly better ones are the archers, but their archers do not have good offensive awareness and tactics like our light infantry. They usually hide behind the infantry's shield wall and attack the enemy from afar. It is said that this tactic was learned from the Persia. It is rather rigid, and the only advantage is that they can run fast." The generals burst into laughter. "What about their chariots?" The Devers' tone was still calm. "The Egyptian chariots are used to carry the archers. They look scary, but they are not as strong as the Gauls' chariots. Instead, they are too big of a target for our light infantry to attack." The Devers listened thoughtfully. "It seems that the Egyptian army will not be of any help to us when we attack Persia. Instead, they will be a burden. Your Majesty, the Egyptians are not completely useless to us. They are hard-working and easy to obey. They are very suitable to be the servants of the army," Chalcidius suggested. "Ever since you led the army to Egypt, has there been any movement from the Persia in the north?" The Devers asked again. This question swept away the sleepiness of the generals and lifted their spirits. "I think it might be because the Persia did not expect us to attack Egypt so soon. They were not prepared, so they did not gather their troops in time to threaten the Egyptian border, nor did they directly lead the army to invade Egypt. Until last month, when I led the main force of the army to the east of the Nile Delta, Per Ramesses, and even moved some of the troops to the city of Daphne, which is closest to the eastern border. That attracted the attention of the Egyptians, and they increased their troops to Gaza City." Chapter 1289. Chalcidius thought for a while and said, "In addition, I heard from the merchants from Naucrates who went to Cyprus for trade. They were recently expelled by the Delusians, and their merchant ships were forbidden from entering the waters of Cyprus. Some time ago, a large number of warships were seen in the eastern waters of the Delusians. After our analysis, we believe that most of the warships of the Persia fleet are concentrated in the eastern ports of Cyprus." While the Devers were still pondering, Matoni said loudly, "It seems like the Persia are gathering their land and sea forces to deal with our attack from Egypt." The Devers did not respond. Instead, he looked at Chalcidius again. "We will be attacking Persia next. Do you have any suggestions?" Chalcidius' expression became solemn. He deliberated for a while before saying softly, "Your Majesty, the military plan that the Ministry of Military Affairs made to attack Persia from Egypt. I think we need to make some changes." "Oh?" The Devers looked at the slightly nervous Chalcidius and tapped on the wooden chair with his hand. He said in an encouraging tone, "We have no experience in fighting in Egypt. You have the most say. Can you tell us in detail why we need to change the plan?" The other generals became serious after the Devers said this. When the Devers signaled Henoboris to place the wooden maps of Egypt and Persia in the middle of the hall, they all gathered around. "Your Majesty, all the army commanders." Chalcidius looked at everyone and took a deep breath. He pointed at the icon of Daphne on the map. Although his voice was trembling slightly, he said firmly, Daphni is the fortress that the Egyptians built on the easternmost side of the Nile Delta to defend against the invasion of the Persia. The distance from Daphni to the east to the Egyptian border is about 200 miles. There are no signs of human habitation or supply points. Based on the marching speed of the kingdom's army in this kind of terrain, it will take at least 3 to 4 days to pass through. As he spoke, Chalcidius became fluent. He used his finger to draw the marching route on the map and finally stopped at a circular icon with the word Gaza on it. Less than 20 miles from the Egyptian border is the fortress built by the Persia, Gaza City. It is said that there are usually 1,500 Persia soldiers stationed in the city. Now there may be 4,000. 4,000 is not a lot. If our army goes north, it should be easy to take it down, right? 2nd Legion Commander Lazaru interrupted. I'm afraid that won't be easy. Originally, Gaza City was only a frontline supply town for the Persia to invade Egypt. However, after we reinforced Egypt and repelled the Persia were probably worried that we would attack them through Egypt. Thus, 2 years ago, they recruited the Jews and Phoenicians to build a fortress in Gaza City. According to the information we received, although the city is not large, its walls are high and thick, and it has sufficient supplies. It will not be easy to take it down. Moreover, the name Gaza comes from the Canaanite language. It means that it is surrounded by sand. It is a fortress built on top of gravel. The nearest Canaanite oasis is at least 20 to 30 miles away. This means that we cannot obtain any resources from the vicinity of Gaza City to build siege towers, mobile towers, siege vehicles, and other large siege weapons. It is even difficult to build siege platforms and causeways because there is only sand there and no soil. It is not easy to solidify, but these are not the biggest difficulties. Chalcidius looked around at the generals and finally looked at the Devers. He said in a serious tone, "The biggest impact on us is the desert. I once led the army from Daphni to the east, and I suffered a lot. Marching in the desert is very hot during the day, and the sand is very strong. The ground is soft, and the soldiers are wearing armor. It is very tiring to walk, and it is very easy for them to get tired. Normally, the army can march at least 50 miles a day, but in the desert, they might not even cover half of the distance. At night, the desert becomes very cold. If the soldiers do not wrap themselves in blankets, they will not be able to sleep. The guide said that it is spring. If it was summer, the entire desert would be like a big furnace, and very few people would dare to walk on it. There are only 3 months left before summer arrives. I've led the division here for 10 days. I can feel that the weather in Egypt is much hotter than in Greece. Is it because the weather is too hot that the soldiers in Egypt aren't wearing armor?" Melisande, the commander of the 4th Division, asked curiously. "I have never asked the Egyptians this question," Chalcidius said in a low voice. "Your Majesty and all the commanders, please pay attention. If we want to lead the army through the desert and take over Gaza City, the biggest threat to us is water. There is no water source during this 400-mile-long march, and the soldiers are very thirsty while marching in the desert. They need to drink a lot of water. Even if we brought a lot of water when we set off, if we cannot successfully take over Gaza City in a short period of time, we will still face the danger of water shortage." After hearing Chalcidius' words, the expressions of the generals became serious. The Devers gasped. He suddenly remembered the kingdom of Jerusalem that was established by the Crusades in the Middle Ages of Western Europe in his previous life. They rashly gathered their army and entered the desert to attack Saladin, the king of Egypt. In the end, because of the lack of water, they almost collapsed without a fight. Gaza City is also built in the desert. Don't the people of Persia lack water? Legio III Commander Trotyras asked. There should be wells in Gaza City, and there are not many soldiers in Persia, unlike us, which has as many as 200,000 people. There is also a lot of labor, horses, and livestock. Digging a few wells will not be enough to meet the demand. Moreover, it is very difficult to dig underground water in the desert, and there is no guarantee of success. Maybe we can march eastward along the coast and let the fleet follow us. They can dock at any time and provide us with water and other supplies. Matones said hesitantly. I once had this idea, but after careful consideration, I realized that this method is not very appropriate. To provide supplies for such a large army, we also need a large fleet. Egypt, which is not very developed in the sea trade, is unable to meet the need. We can only recruit from the mainland of Greece and the Kingdom of England. This will take a lot of time, and the more ships we have, the more crew members we need. This will consume more resources. In addition, the fleet docks every day to load and unload food and water, which will take a lot of time. This will seriously delay the speed of the army and extend the time we need to pass through the desert. At this point, Chalcidius moved his finger up on the map. You should have noticed that the coast where our army is marching is not too far from the coast of Cyprus and Phoenicia. These two areas are the main naval bases of Persia, and they have many warships. As I said before, the Persia fleet is likely to be gathering at the naval port in Cyprus. They are likely to attack our fleet. If we let the navy escort us, there will be no port to dock and replenish supplies along the long coast from Naucratis to Gaza. The fleet will not be able to rest well, and the warships will not be able to be maintained. When the Persia fleet attacks, we will also have to consider protecting the fleet. The entire battle situation is not very favorable for our navy. Chalcidius had obviously thought about it seriously. He patiently listed out the difficulties one by one. The commanders frowned and fell into deep thought. Devers sighed and said, "It seems that the Ministry of Military Affairs and I have made the mistake of talking on paper and underestimating the difficulty of fighting in the desert. If not for your timely discovery, Chalcidius, we might have been in big trouble. Since you can discover the problem, you must have thought of a way to solve it. Tell us in detail how you want to modify the battle plan." Facing Devers' encouraging gaze, Chalcidius pulled himself together and said loudly, "I think that our first target is not Gaza, but here, Cyprus." Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the icon on his finger. There are 3 purposes for attacking it. Chalcidius revealed the plan he had thought of. First, Cyprus is a large island with large lakes and rivers. There are also large plains in the north. It has a large population and sufficient food and material reserve. It also has several well-equipped naval ports. It is also easy to land and fight. As long as we capture it, we can use it to anchor our fleet and support our army in battle. Secondly, Cyprus is the barrier of the near east coast of Persia. If we capture it, we can land in the north and attack the Gulf of Issus. To the east, we can attack Syria and Phoenicia. To the southeast, we can threaten Canaan. The entire near east coast is under our threat. This will give us more of the initiative in the war. Since Cyprus is so important to Persia, the Persia must also place great importance on it. You mentioned just now that Phoenicia and Cyprus are the main sources of the Persian navy. They are also gathering their warships. Looking at this map, Phoenicia is very close to Cyprus. They can definitely send their fleet in time to intercept our transport fleet. Lazaru interrupted Chalcidius and asked a question. Chalcidius said unhurriedly, "This is the third purpose I want to mention. We will travel thousands of miles to attack Persia. The long transport line is our biggest weakness. However, as long as we control the eastern Mediterranean, this will not be a problem. Therefore, the military plan formulated by His Majesty and the Ministry of Military Affairs considered destroying the Persia fleet first. Therefore, the Greek allied forces first landed in Asia Minor and wanted to lure the Persia fleet north. However, the effect was not ideal. In the end, they only destroyed the Persia's Asia Minor fleet. The main force of the Persia fleet is still in the Near East. However, if we attack Cyprus, the Persia fleet will have no choice but to turn out in full force. I think this should be what we are looking forward to." Saying this, Chalcidius looked at Devers. Devers crossed his arms and stared at the map, still deep in thought. Chapter 1290. At this time, Melisandre asked, I see on this map that the distance from Egypt to Cyprus seems to be further than the distance from Crete to Cyrenaica. It's such a long distance by sea, and there's no way to stop to rest and replenish food and water. Can the troop transport fleet really reach there smoothly? After our fleet reaches the waters near Cyprus, will we still have the ability to fight? Chalcidius replied seriously, I've asked the Greek merchants in Naucratis who often trade with Cyprus. They all told me that there won't be any storms in the Near East at this time of year. As long as we have enough food and water on board and sail day and night, we can reach Cyprus in 3 to 4 days. One of the reasons why ships travel faster than land troops is because they can sail 24 hours a day without stopping. We can also hire these Naucratis merchants as guides to guide us. As for the navy, I still remember that they once attacked Carthage from Sicily and finally defeated the Carthage fleet. They should be very experienced in this area. Of course, we still need them to make a judgment. How is the defense on Cyprus? How many troops do they have? Martones was a little moved, and his tone became anxious. A few decades ago, Cyprus was only a subsidiary of Persia. The king of Cyprus had allied with the Greek city-states in Asia Minor several times to gain independence. Persia had a hard time suppressing them. Since then, the Persia learned their lesson and abolished the king of Cyprus. They divided Cyprus into many city-states and forbade them from building tall and thick walls. Otherwise, they would be considered disloyal to Persia. Although I'm not sure how many troops Cyprus can gather to fight against us, it's obvious that their defense is not strong. Their largest city-state, Nicosia, is located in the middle of the plains, so it's easy to attack. Also, just now, you all felt that it's difficult to attack Cyprus from the sea. We all have this thought, and the Cypriots will definitely not think of this. Our surprise attack will definitely be successful. After Chalcidius finished speaking, the eyes of the commanders lit up. Devers coughed lightly to attract the attention of the generals. He then said, Attacking Cyprus from the sea is indeed a good idea, but this is more to gain the dominance of the sea. It is not the main way for us to attack the eastern region of Persia. After all, except for the Issus Gulf, other areas do not have the conditions for a large-scale landing. According to intelligence, the Persia has gathered a large number of troops in the two rivers. Once we capture Cyprus, it will inevitably arouse the Persia's vigilance. They will definitely strengthen their defense on the coast of Issus. If our main forces want to land in the Near East, it will undoubtedly be very risky. Therefore, our attack focus should still be on the land. So long as we occupy Cyprus and destroy the Persia fleet, the transport fleet will be able to sail boldly along the coast, ready to supply the land troops at any time. Even with the guarantee of sea transportation, our army can completely not attack Gaza and directly advance north. Devers looked down at the small and narrow coastal area north of Gaza City on the map. His expression was somewhat complicated. Chalcidius, do you know anything about the Jerusalem of Canaan? Your Majesty, I have inquired about it. The Jews living in Jerusalem are a weak nation. They were once massacred by the Assyrians and imprisoned the survivors in Babylon. Although the Persians later released them and allowed them to return to their homeland, their numbers are still small after a few decades. Hauran said, I heard that a few years ago, they sent people to beg the king of Persia, hoping to allocate some money to rebuild their dilapidated temple. The king of Persia agreed to their request, and even appointed his trusted wine officer, Nehemiah, who is also a Jew, as the governor of Jerusalem, in charge of this matter. As a result, after Nehemiah arrived in Jerusalem, he had a conflict with the governor of Samaria in the east, Samaria, and the conflict continues to this day. Therefore, the weak Jews are unable to stop our army. We can even occupy here. Chalcidius pointed to an icon on the map. The port town of Jaffa in the Jerusalem area, for our fleet to dock. Very good. Devers moved his gaze away from the map, looked around at the crowd, and said solemnly, "Everyone, I think everyone agrees with Chalcidus's suggestion, so next, I will summon Thurian, Middleades, and Stephacas as soon as possible for another military meeting to discuss the feasibility of attacking Cyprus and annihilating the main force of Persia's fleet. Regardless of the outcome of the next military meeting, the attack on Persia will be launched in a short period of time. I only hope that you will use this time to let the legions learn and adapt to marching, camping, and fighting in the desert as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone responded in unison. The next day, Devers took Assists and High Priest Amonhotep to the temple of Ptah and Osiris to offer sacrifices. He was warmly welcomed by the priests of the temple. He also had intimate contact with the sacred bull, Apis, raised by the temple. The fat bull, whose whole body was black and only had a white star on its forehead, was very friendly to him. It wagged its tail and quickly ate up the fodder that Devers handed over, causing Priest Ptah and Priest Osiris to exclaim loudly. Apis was first regarded as the incarnation of Ptah, and later evolved into the incarnation of Osiris. Devers, the pharaoh, is indeed the son of Amon. Even the peaceful sacred bull does not dare to slack off. Then, Devers went to the temple of the goddess of wisdom and war, Night, to offer sacrifices. He even promised Amonhotep that he would find time to go to the Karak temple of the Thebes to worship, but he refused another suggestion from the Egyptian high priest, to go to the Amon temple in the Siwa oasis to obtain the oracle. The Siwa oasis was located in the desert of western Egypt. The Amon temple there was quite old and respected. Its oracle was famous far and wide. Not only did the Egyptians often go to worship, but even the Greeks had many worshippers, especially in Thessaly and Macedonia in northern Greece. The reason why Devers refused was not because it was very difficult to go to the Siwa oasis. Although he remembered that in the history of his previous life, Alexander had gone to the Siwa oasis to worship after conquering Egypt, and encountered great danger on the way, Amonhotep repeatedly explained that although the Siwa oasis was located in the desert, there were often people who went there to worship, so the journey was very safe. The problem that Devers considered was that many Greeks who went to the Siwa oasis to worship saw Amon in the temple as the incarnation of Zeus in Egypt. In history, Alexander claimed that he was the child of Zeus, so of course he had to go to worship, but as a descendant of Hades, it was obviously not suitable for the Devers. At the same time that King Devers arrived in Egypt, the Central Italian Coalition Army, led by Wolsey, Helnicki, and Sabin, also landed in Asia Minor. At this point, the Greek coalition army under the command of Leotychides had all gathered. During the time that the Greek coalition army arrived, he did not wait quietly. Instead, he had been actively attacking. Not only did he continuously force the cities near the Strait of Hellespont to surrender, but he also used the influence of the naval victory of Samos to lead the main force away from the coastline and deep into the interior of Mysia. At the same time, he also sent part of his army south into the territory of Lydia. Because the Persia army was unable to resist, the Greek coalition army was greatly boosted. Not only did the Greek cities along the coast, such as Bosworth and Chios, surrender, but even some of the cities in the interior of Mysia and Lydia surrendered. During this period, something interesting happened. The commander of the 10th Legion, Stephos, made a request to Leotychides. He hoped that he could lead a troop to the other side of the strait and force Byzantium to surrender. 30 years ago, the predecessor of the Dionysian army, the Persia mercenary army, was humiliated by Byzantium, including the king of Devers. Leotychides had heard about this, and he knew that this request was probably not the will of Stephos, but his father, Amyntas. It might even be the collective will of many old generals in the army. Of course, Leotychides would not refuse. Since there was not much military pressure at the moment, he generously approved that Stephos could lead the entire 10th Legion to Byzantium. As soon as Stephos and his troops landed on the beach near Byzantium and set up camp, a messenger from Byzantium arrived. The messenger humbly told Stephos that Byzantium was willing to serve the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. For the Byzantines, what happened decades ago was already forgotten. However, the Byzantines knew that Athens, Sparta, and even all of Greece were now under the feet of Dionia. In the past, Dionia's power hadn't reached the Star Ocean, so the Byzantines could pretend that they didn't know anything. However, now that the Dionia army was right in front of them, the Byzantines, who always knew how to play by ear, immediately gave in. Of course, Stephos would not bring up the embarrassing incident that happened decades ago. Instead, he made some harsh requests, such as providing a lot of food, tribute, fleet, labor, and support for the army. Byzantium accepted all of them. Since the Byzantines were so tactful, Stephos of course wouldn't make trouble for them. Therefore, he led 8,000 fully armed soldiers and marched around Byzantium. In the end, he asked the Byzantine government to build a memorial pillar at the port, and on top of it, the statue of the king of Devers riding a horse and wielding a sword must be mounted. Chapter 1291. When the new year came, the Persia army gradually gathered in the Phrygia region, and part of the army's vanguard had already pressed forward to the eastern border of Mysia. Leotychides felt some pressure, and he began to gather his scattered troops. At the beginning of February, the Persia's Asia Minor coalition army held an important military conference in the capital of Phrygia. The Western commander, Phanabatsos, presided over the conference, and all the participants were governors of various regions. There was only one exception, and his identity was very special: the former Thessaly, Tarchus, Iazon. 5 years ago, after the army led by Iazon was defeated by the Dionysian army, he fled to Persia alone. Unlike many famous exiled Greeks who preferred to stay in the western part of Asia Minor, he went directly to Syria and sought an audience with the king of Persia. At that time, Artaxerxes was preparing to personally conquer Persia, but unexpectedly, a major rebellion broke out in the Asia Minor region. He had no choice but to return to quell the rebellion. Iazon unified Thessaly, became Tarchus, and became the main force of the Greek coalition army against Dionia, gaining the upper hand in the war. These deeds had long been passed to the ears of the king of Persia through Datis. Considering that there were many Greek mercenaries in the rebel army, Persia lacked heavy infantry, and that Iazon was an excellent Greek general, not only did he warmly receive Iazon, but he also promised that as long as he was willing to serve Persia and be loyal to him, when Persia and Dionia went to war in the future, he would sponsor him to return to Thessaly and reclaim the throne of Tarchus. Of course, Iazon could not have asked for more. He immediately accepted Artaxerxes' appointment and became the commander of the Greek mercenaries under Persia. With sufficient financial support from Persia, Iazon quickly recruited nearly 10,000 Greek soldiers from the western part of Asia Minor and even the Ionian Islands. He trained and fought at the same time, and in the war to quell the rebellion in Persia, he won Artaxerxes' trust. At the end of the war, the number of mercenaries under Iazon's command had increased to 15,000. Artaxerxes did not ask him to reduce the number of soldiers, but instead asked him to lead the mercenaries to garrison in Cilicia. Cilicia was located in the south-central part of Asia Minor, and it had exceptionally fertile plains. The population was not large, but the people were very rich, and a kingdom was established a long time ago. In the process of King Darius of Persia's conquest to the west, Cilicia was surrounded by mountains as a barrier. It was originally difficult to conquer, but the king of Cilicia took the initiative to surrender, so the throne was preserved. When Artaxerxes first ascended the throne, the king and his wife of Cilicia actively supported Cyrus the Younger to fight for the throne. In the end, Cyrus the Younger was defeated and died. But at that time, Artaxerxes was afraid of causing unrest in Asia Minor, so he did not dare to punish the regional governors and kings who had colluded with Cyrus the Younger. Instead, he quietly weakened their power. Until this time, when the rebellion in Asia Minor was completely quelled, he finally completely wiped out the royal family of Cilicia, and this fertile land was in his hands. Not only did he send his trusted subordinate to be the governor, but he was also afraid that the local people would rebel, so he also sent Iazon, who was good at fighting, to guard Cilicia. Of course, Artaxerxes had a deeper consideration. The wealth of Cilicia was enough to support the Greek mercenaries, which could reduce the financial burden of Persia. And if Iazon led the army to guard Cilicia, once there was a rebellion in other parts of Asia Minor, he could go and rescue them in time. But after a few years, there were no more rebellions, but the invasion of the Greek allied forces came. When Phanabazos was appointed as the military commander of the western part of Asia Minor, he once asked the king of Persia to send the Greek mercenaries to help in the war, because Iazon's army was directly under the command of the king of Persia, and was not under the command of any local governor. Artaxerxes agreed, and Pharabazos quickly sent a conscription order to Iazon. But Iazon, who had lived in Persia for several years, no longer needed to prove himself. He was worried that if he went to Phrygia too early, he would be used as cannon fodder by the Persia and be sent to the front line first. So he found all kinds of reasons to delay, and finally became one of the last troops to arrive at Phrygia, which made Phanabazos a little unhappy. In this military conference, most of the governors had the same opinion. Since the number of soldiers on their side was as high as 80,000, which was far greater than the number of Greek allied forces found out by the scouts, they should boldly lead the army to the west, fight the Greeks, and completely defeat them. They could not wait any longer, because more and more Greek soldiers were landing in Asia Minor, and the number of the enemy's army was still increasing. Iazon, on the other hand, raised an objection. He believed that based on his understanding of Dionia and the Greek city-states, this time, they must have sent their best soldiers to invade Asia Minor. Because the infantry of Persia was not strong, they had always been at a disadvantage in previous wars against the Greek. If they took the initiative to fight the Greek allied forces head-on, there was a great possibility that they would be defeated, and the situation of the entire Asia Minor would become very bad. On the contrary, if they were not in a hurry to fight the Greek allied forces, but let the army take the initiative to retreat, and at the same time move away or burn all the supplies that could be used by the Greeks, luring the Greek allied forces into the interior, then they could take advantage of the fact that they were familiar with the terrain and had more cavalry to constantly harass the enemy, and ambush the food supplies from the rear, so as to achieve the goal of exhausting the Greek allied forces. When the Greek allied forces were weakened, they could then find an opportunity to fight them. Iazon's suggestion was strongly opposed by most of the viceroys of Persia. These nobles who came from the heart of Persia had no experience in fighting the Greek. On the contrary, deep down in their hearts, they still regarded the Greeks as barbarians. The pride in their bones would never allow the Persia army to adopt such cowardly tactics to deal with the Greeks, whom they despised. The viceroys of Mysia, Lydia, and Phrygia also strongly urged for a quick war, because they did not want to see the land under their jurisdiction being ravaged by the Greek. Some of the viceroys even personally attacked Iazon, accusing him. The king of Persia was generous, and did not despise him because of his identity as a refugee. Instead, he put him in an important position. But instead of repaying the trust of the king of Persia, he only wanted to delay the war at this critical moment. What was he thinking? Some even pointed out that after receiving the conscription order, Iazon did not immediately lead his fully organized Greek mercenaries to Phrygia. Instead, he delayed until the last moment. They were afraid that he had other intentions. To prevent him from suddenly turning to the Greeks during the battle, it was best to strip him of his military power and interrogate him. Although Iazon felt a little guilty, he was hot-tempered and quarreled with the viceroys. Under the atmosphere of the viceroys unanimously demanding that the Greek army be defeated as soon as possible, Phanabatzos had no choice but to accept their suggestion and take the initiative to fight the Greek allied forces. After the meeting, he asked Iazon to stay alone and appease him. He clearly expressed his trust in him and promised that as long as Iazon performed well in the upcoming battle, he would report his achievements to the king of Persia and provide him with help when he returned to Thessaly in the future. As a veteran general of Persia in Asia Minor, Phanabatzos had not only experienced the humiliation of besieging the Greek expeditionary force, but also the pain of being beaten by Agesilaus and his army. He knew very well how powerful the Greek army was, so he agreed with Iazon. However, when so many viceroys unanimously asked for a quick battle, he had no choice but to agree against his will. Although he was the new military commander of the western part of Asia Minor and the son-in-law of Artaxerxes, his identity as a nobleman in Asia Minor meant that he was not trusted by the king of Persia as much as some of the viceroys of Persia who were present. A secret letter from one of them might increase the suspicion of the king of Persia. Although he was a little fearful of the Greek allied forces, he believed that his army had gathered the elites of the western part of Asia Minor. Not only did they outnumber the Greek allied forces, they also had the support of the Greek mercenaries who were skilled in battle. They had a high chance of winning the battle. Therefore, he led the allied forces of Western Asia Minor out of Phrygia and into Mysia with great confidence. When he heard the news, Leotychides immediately sighed in his heart. That old man was right. As it turned out, after the Greek allied forces had gathered, the commander of the allied forces, Leotychides, held a military meeting with the generals of the allied forces. In the meeting, Epaminondas, Lycomedes, Iphicrates, and the other generals of the allied forces all agreed that the allied forces were strong. They should seize the time and lead the army to the east to seek a decisive battle with the main forces of the Persia army. As long as they won the battle, the entire western part of Asia Minor would no longer be able to stop the Greek allied forces. However, there were also some who were worried. At this time, they had already found out that Phanabatzos had been appointed as the military commander of Asia Minor by the king of Persia. He was an experienced general, and it was very likely that he would choose to avoid the battle. On the other hand, the Greek allied forces had been far away from the coast for a long time. The old Agesilaus confidently told the generals, "You don't have to worry about the Persia avoiding the battle. You also don't have to take the initiative to seek a decisive battle with the Persia, because the Persia army will take the initiative to seek a decisive battle with the allied forces." This was because the people in the western part of Asia Minor had always been resistant to the officials from Persia. Based on the recent news, the people in the western part of Asia Minor did not trust the new governors of Persia. If these governors did not fight and instead retreated, allowing the allied forces to destroy the farmlands and villages, then the people here would be filled with resentment for the governor's inaction. This would be very disadvantageous to their future rule. The arrogant people of Persia generally would not make such a choice. As for the military commander of Persia, Phanabatzos, I have a deeper understanding of him. He is indeed a capable general of Persia, and he has quite a reputation in the western part of Asia Minor. If he decides to retreat, the soldiers will be able to obey, and the people may be able to accept it. However, this man is tactful, good at making friends, and generous. Therefore, when he was the governor of Asia Minor, his colleagues, his subordinates, and even the local people got along well with him. However, he lacks decisiveness and is too emotional. This is precisely the biggest taboo for a commander. I think it will be very difficult for him to reject the request of the governors to abandon the people of Mysia and Phrygia and retreat. Chapter 1292. Although Leotychides hated Agesilaus, it did not stop him from agreeing with the old general who had fought in Asia Minor for many years and came up with a new battle plan. In the following days, the Persia army of Asia Minor took the initiative to approach, which also confirmed Agesilaus' judgment. Leotychides was not in a hurry to meet the enemy and fight the Persia army. Instead, he led the army to retreat, but the direction of retreat was not towards Ilion in the west, but towards Chios in the southwest. The Persia army pursued them relentlessly, especially the cavalry that was at the forefront. They fought many times with the cavalry left behind by the Greek coalition army. The Persia, who had the advantage in terms of cavalry, naturally had the upper hand in the battle. The repeated victories also boosted the arrogance of the Persia, and they were eager to fight the Greek coalition army. The Greek coalition army successfully withdrew from the Allesby plain, but the closer they got to the coast, the more uneven the terrain became, and the marching speed of the army naturally slowed down. Finally, on the afternoon of the 12th day, the Persia army of Asia Minor was only 6 to 7 miles away from the Greek coalition army. This time, Leotychides ordered the army to stop advancing early and set up camp on the spot to rest. Half an hour later, the Persia cavalry arrived, but they were shot back by the archers of the Greek coalition army. However, they did not go far, but patrolled in the distance. Leotychides did not send his cavalry to chase them away. Instead, he stood on a high ground with the other generals and looked in the direction where the Persia cavalry came from. When it was close to dusk, a huge cloud of dust slowly moved from the north and stopped 3 miles away, but the noise could clearly be heard by the generals. It seems that the Persia people think that we can't escape anymore. They are going to set up camp and rest there, and come to fight us tomorrow. Epaminondas pointed at the fog in front of them and suggested in a serious tone, "General Prososus, look at the fog. It's still rolling and not dissipating. It's obvious that the Persia army is in a mess after they stopped to rest. They've been pursuing us for a long time, and the soldiers must be very tired. Should we use this opportunity to launch an assault?" Leotychides pondered for a while before shaking his head and saying, "Our soldiers are also tired. Let them have a good rest tonight and recuperate their energy for the decisive battle with Persia tomorrow. Besides, if we attack now, it's very likely that we'll scare away the enemies that we've spent so much effort to lure over." Hearing this, the generals smiled knowingly. "Everyone, follow me to the tent for another military meeting. We will discuss and clarify the battle plan for tomorrow." After Leotychides finished speaking, everyone agreed. At the end of the meeting, the generals left one after another. Only Leotychides, the 4 commanders of the Legion of Dionysia, and a special person, Agesilaus, were left in the tent. Seeing that Agesilaus was still in the tent, Leotychides was slightly surprised and was about to ask about it. He was about to ask, but the former king of Sparta spoke first. "Generals, I would like to talk to Commander Leotychides in private." The 4 commanders looked at each other. Seeing that although Leotychides did not speak, he did not refuse either, so they prepared to leave. However, Leotychides said, "Wait outside the tent for a while. It won't take long." After the 4 of them left the tent, Agesilaus came in front of Leotychides and smiled with his wrinkled face. "When I led the Sparta army to battle in Asia Minor, although we achieved some victories, we didn't achieve much after spending so much time. On the contrary, after I led my troops back to Greece, the places that I conquered quickly became the territories of Persia. This is my regret, and also the regret of the Sparta people. But this time, the war launched by Dionia against Persia is obviously different from the previous wars between Greece and Persia. The slogan of revenge against Persia, that we've been shouting for decades, may really be realized. I'm not the only one who thinks so. Epaminondas, Iphicrates, and the others also think so. That's why they were fighting for their own city-state army to take on the most important attack mission just now. Leotychides, you can be the commander of the Greek coalition army and defeat the Persia army. This will be our Sparta people's." Leotychides frowned and interrupted him impatiently. "I've told you many times, my name is Prosoius. If you call me by my name again, don't enter my tent again. If you have anything to say, hurry up and say it. I'm very busy, don't talk so much nonsense." A gloomy expression flashed across Agesilaus' face. He heaved a sigh of relief and made up his mind. He threw the walking stick in his hand to the side and squatted down shakily. He placed his hands on the ground and slowly knelt down. Bam! His forehead hit the ground. Once, twice, thrice, Leotychides was stunned. He froze for a while before his expression darkened, and he shouted in a low voice, "Agesilaus, what do you mean by this?" Agesilaus straightened his body. His forehead was black. The continuous kowtowing just now was a little too fast, causing his breathing to become rapid. He coughed for a while and said weakly, "I let you and your mother down back then. I don't wish for your forgiveness. But I hope that you can promise me one thing on account that you used to be a Sparta." Leotychides looked down at him with a cold expression. "Tell me." Agesilaus sighed. "I have no complaints about Sparta being conquered by Dionia because Dionia's strength is far stronger than Sparta. They defeated us fair and square. Perhaps this is Zeus' punishment for us being too arrogant in Greece for decades, but even if the noble descendants of Hercules are down and out, it's not the turn for those lowly Periathai and Heliath to humiliate them. But not only did they humiliate us, they also wanted us Sparta to gradually die out. No, this is absolutely not allowed." Agesilaus clenched his fists, his skinny body trembling with anger. "So this time, I strongly requested the king of Devers to form a team and join the war. This is to find a way for us Sparta to survive. We have to leave Legania, where we Sparta have been raised for hundreds of years, and move to a new place. We have no other choice. So I hope that when this war ends, can you please ask the king of Devers for us Sparta to give Sparta a small piece of land in the Allesby plain near the Hellespont Straits, so that we Sparta can continue to survive and multiply." Facing Agesilaus' expectant eyes, Leotychides frowned slightly. He had been in Dionia for so many years. Although he was valued by the king of Devers, he had never asked for anything from the Supreme because he was proud and it was difficult for him to ask for anything. Moreover, ever since he landed in Asia Minor, he had stayed in this land for a few months. He knew the fertility of the Allesby plain and the importance and prosperity of the Hellespont Straits. Not only were the allies coveted, but it was definitely an area that the kingdom would focus on controlling. It would not be easy for Sparta to cut a small piece of meat from the kingdom's hands. He hesitated for a moment, but still said coldly, "Why don't you ask His Majesty?" Agesilaus stood up slowly. His numb legs almost made him fall. He quickly held onto the wooden chair next to him and said while panting, "Of course I will ask the king of Devers. If he agrees, I can even kneel and kowtow to him, but I'm afraid that I'm not strong enough. It's not that I'm greedy, but if the new colony is not fertile enough, the people will not be willing to leave Laconia, and when Dionia defeats Persia, the Hellespont Straits and the Allesby plain will definitely be under the control of the kingdom of Dionia. Sparta now has a small population and is weak. It will be safer for us to live beside the powerful people of Dionia. For the survival of Sparta, this old man really." Leotychides looked at the old man in front of him who could barely stand. After a moment of silence, he used his leg to pick up the crutch on the ground and passed it to Agesilaus. He scolded in a harsh tone, "As a general, you should know how important the upcoming battle is to us. I must focus on this battle. I don't have the time to think about other things." Agesilaus took the crutch and smiled. I understand. Don't worry. In the battle tomorrow, my warriors will not embarrass Sparta." After saying that, he slowly walked out of the tent with the help of his walking stick. Just as he was about to leave the tent, he suddenly stopped and turned around. With an incomparably solemn expression, he said, "To tell you the truth, regarding your mother's death, I truly feel deeply guilty. But as for forcing you to leave Sparta, now I think it's a good thing. Leotychides, from now on, the people of Sparta will be in your hands." The next morning, when Phanabazos led the governors of Persia to the Greek encampment to investigate, he was hesitant about whether to engage in a battle here. The two armies were in a hilly area, and the Greek encampment was at a high point. Although the slope was gentle, it was not very advantageous for the attacking Persia. The location of the encampment was actually quite flat, but there were higher hills on both sides of the encampment. Although the distance between the two hills was nearly 10 miles, which was not a narrow terrain that was advantageous for defense, according to the previous investigation, the Greek encampment obviously had more than 50,000 soldiers. Once the battle began, the flanks of the encampment would not be far from the hills, and the cavalry would not have enough room to maneuver. Judging from the current situation, the cavalry had the most advantage in the Persia army. Chapter 1293. Aside from the fact that the Persian nobles despised the arrogance of the Greeks, another important reason was that the two armies were located at the southwestern edge of Mysia, not far from the coast. The Persia army was large in number, and they had consumed a lot of food. Coupled with the continuous pursuit for more than 10 days, the logistical transportation line had been stretched sharply, making it difficult for them to resupply. On the other hand, most of the nearby towns and cities had submitted to the Greek coalition, and the Greek fleet controlled the nearby sea area. If the two sides confronted each other for another day or two, the Persia army would have to retreat due to running out of food. Not only would their previous efforts be in vain, but it would also cause Persia's prestige in this region to plummet. Under their insistence, Phanabazos finally made up his mind to fight the Greek coalition here. Upon learning that the Persia army was marching towards the camp, Leotychides, who had long been prepared, immediately sent messengers to inform the allied generals to assemble their respective armies and prepare to meet the enemy. When the two armies were about a mile apart, the two armies began to line up. The Persia coalition in Asia Minor consisted of the armies of the western regions of Asia Minor, the Greek mercenaries, the reinforcement of Galaxy Minor, and the reinforcement from the eastern regions of Asia Minor. There were nearly 80,000 soldiers in total. Since there were many Greek city-states in the western regions of Asia Minor and Galaxy Minor, the Persia army was somewhat different from the traditional Persia army. Phanabazos had learned his lesson from the previous battles with the Greeks, so he specifically emphasized the recruitment of as many Greek infantrymen as possible. Therefore, in addition to the 15,000 Greek mercenaries led by Iazon, the entire army included more than 6,000 Greek heavy infantrymen, Persia cavalry from the eastern regions of Asia Minor, Mesopotamia cavalry, and cavalry from other regions. In total, there were more than 8,000 cavalrymen. In addition, there were more than 40,000 traditional infantrymen and archers. The ratio was about 1:2. Archers and cavalry were Persia's strengths, and their weakness, the infantrymen, had also been strengthened. In addition, they had more soldiers than the other side. Even though they did not have the terrain advantage, Phanabazos was still very confident about this battle. Therefore, he adopted a relatively balanced formation. The Greek heavy infantrymen were at the forefront of the left, middle, and right infantry formation. Iazon's mercenaries were mainly in the middle, and there were 4,000 cavalrymen on both sides. The archers were at the back of the infantry formation. Leotychides and the allied generals were not in a hurry to get into formation. They stood on the high ground and observed the Persia's formation for a while. When they felt that it was not out of their expectations, they began to arrange the formation according to the plan they had drawn up last night. The Greek coalition consisted of 3 legions of Dionia and nearly 30,000 soldiers, about 27,000 soldiers from Greece and the Ionian Islands, and 7,000 soldiers from the Central Italian Confederation. Altogether, there were about 65,000 soldiers. Among them, there were more than 35,000 heavy infantrymen. In addition, there were more than 2,000 medium infantrymen from the Central Italian Confederation. Obviously, Persia had the upper hand in terms of medium and heavy infantrymen. However, There were only about 3,000 cavalrymen from the Thessaly Cavalry Legion of Dionia, the Macedonian Cavalry Legion, and the other Greek city-states. That was less than half of Persia's cavalry. As for the light infantrymen, there were 3 light infantry battalions from the Legion of Dionysia, more than 1,000 Epirus light shield soldiers recruited by Leotychides in the mountains around Thessaly, 2,000 light infantrymen from the Central Italian Confederation, and nearly 3,000 light infantrymen provided by the Greek city-states. The total number of light infantrymen was actually close to 10,000, but it was still far less than the number of archers from Persia. Moreover, most of them were javelin throwers, so their shooting range was obviously inferior to the Persia army. According to the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy's troops and the difference in numbers, Leotychides listed the formation. The middle was mainly led by Dionia, with a small number of Greek soldiers. The right wing was led by the Greek city-states. The left wing was led by the Dionia soldiers in the front row and the Central Italian Confederation soldiers in the back. And the cavalry was not placed at the 2 ends of the formation, but at the back of the middle. The entire formation of the Dionysian army was not completely parallel to that of the Persia army. Its right wing was slightly forward, and its left wing was slightly backward. It was actually an oblique formation, but it was different from the formation of the Thebes during the Battle of Leuctra. Leotychides did not thicken his right wing, but he placed the Sparta warriors led by Agesilaus, the Thebes led by Epaminondas, and the elite heavy infantrymen of Athens led by Iphicrates at the far right end of the right wing. Looking from afar, the entire right wing of the Greek coalition army was made up of Greek heavy infantrymen. Leotychides even forbade the Sparta warriors from wearing red cloaks. Even the thickness of the formation was the same, so the Persia could not make an accurate judgment. The center of the Greek coalition army's attack was on the right wing. In fact, Leotychides' meticulous arrangement was indeed effective. It took the 2 armies more than an hour to get into position, and neither immediately launched an attack. During this period of confrontation, the Persia's military commander, Phanabazos, had a general understanding of the Greek coalition army's formation, but he did not make any adjustments to it. Obviously, he thought that the other side's formation was not unusual, and the Persia army could completely deal with it. But the reason why he did not give the order to attack was because he considered that the Greek coalition army was on high ground, and the Persia army would be at a disadvantage if they attacked from above. Therefore, he did not give the order to advance, because he wanted to see if the other side could attack first. This way, the Greek coalition army would have to walk down the slope and fight on flat ground. But it was obvious that the Greek coalition army was cautious and had good control over the entire army. From afar, the Greek coalition army looked like small trees planted neatly on the slope of the hill. This made Phanabazos even more cautious. But after the confrontation lasted for half an hour, the Persia generals could not help but rush to question Phanabazos. It was already noon, and the weather was relatively hot. Standing for a long time was more exhausting for the soldiers. If they continued like this, they might not be able to fight and could only retreat. Even the governor of Mysia, Theopompus, threatened that if Phanabazos did not give the order to attack, he would lead the Mysian army alone to attack the Greek. Phanabazos could not dissuade everyone's insistence, but he did not immediately give the order to attack. Instead, he first told the archers to move to the front of the formation. After completing the formation change, he ordered again, "The main forces do not move, the archers will advance first and attack the Greek coalition army from afar." More than 20,000 Persia archers approached the Greek coalition army in a loose formation that was 6 to 7 miles long. Leotychides, who was informed of the situation, immediately ordered the coalition army's light infantry to move to the front of the formation and get ready to shoot. The distance between the 2 armies was no more than 500 meters. The Persian archers were faster, and in a few moments they were within 100 meters of each other. The enemy was still out of their shooting range, but for the archers of the Greek light infantry, who were standing on higher ground, it was just within their shooting range. The officers of the Dionia light infantry shouted one after another, "Archers, get ready!" The archers drew their bows and knocked their arrows. Thousands of arrows were thrown into the air and fell on the Persia archers' formation. Screams rang out one after another. With the Dionia light infantry taking the lead, the other archers of the coalition army also began to shoot. Although the Persian archers' soldiers were constantly falling to the ground, for the huge number of archers, it was only a small splash. In order to deal with the Persia archers, the Greek coalition army had stretched their formation to a length of several kilometers. However, they were outnumbered by the Persia archers, and there were even fewer archers among them. Therefore, the long-range attack power of the Greek coalition army was naturally reduced by a lot. It was not enough to deal a devastating blow to the Persia archers in that area. Therefore, the Persia archers resolutely braved the rain of arrows and advanced even faster. When the distance between the Greek coalition army was reduced to 60 to 70 meters, the javelin throwers of the Dionia light infantry roared and threw their heavy javelins at the Persia like lightning. The archers also changed from throwing arrows to shooting straight at them. More Persia archers fell, but at the same time, the Persia archers began to fight back. Both sides were shooting arrows at each other from a distance of tens of meters. Since neither side had much protection, the arrows and javelins that covered the sky caused a sharp increase in casualties on both sides. Persia's archers went from shooting hastily at the start to steadily increasing their output. Gradually, they turned the tables around and started to gain the upper hand. They were indeed one of the most powerful weapons that Persia had used to dominate the Middle East and Asia Minor. Except for the well-trained Dionia light infantry, the light infantry of their allies began to feel a little overwhelmed. The Epirus light shield soldiers even used their leather shields to protect their heads and rushed forward to engage the Persia archers in close combat. The Persia archers were not afraid. They pulled out their specially prepared short blades to fight. Even though the light shield bearers had better equipment, the Persia archers still had a slight advantage. The whole situation of the battle began to be a little unfavorable for the Greek coalition army, but Leotychides, who had been watching the battle from a high position, did not appear to be anxious. He just ordered the entire cavalry to move forward to the rightmost end of the entire formation. Then he calmly ignored the coalition army's light infantry that was struggling to hold on, and did not take any action. In his opinion, although the coalition army's light infantry was at a disadvantage, they could use the advantage of the high terrain to deal with the Persia archers for a longer period of time. Even if all of them were killed, the arrows of the Persia archers would have been almost used up, and they would not pose much of a threat to the coalition army's infantry. Therefore, he would rather continue to confront the coalition army than give up the hard-won geographical advantage and order the whole army to attack. And he firmly believed that the patience of the Persia was probably not as good as his. Literature Hall. Chapter 1294. As a matter of fact, the plight of the light infantry in the front also affected the allied Greek soldiers in the rear to a certain extent. However, Agesilaus, Epaminondas, Iphicrates. These capable generals shared the same thoughts as Leotychides, so they firmly controlled their troops and didn't move an inch. Although there were some minor disturbances in the allied army of central Italy, they had been dependent on the kingdom of Dionia for more than 10 years. The long period of close contact and military cooperation had made them accustomed to obeying the orders of the commander of Dionia. Without the order to attack, they wouldn't attack easily. On the other hand, some of the Greek city-states, generals and soldiers, began to grow restless when they saw the light infantry falling one after another. Fortunately, Leotychides dispatched more than 10 messengers to the rear of the entire right flank and shouted his orders to stop them from attacking. Only then did they barely manage to control the entire army. On the other hand, when Phanabotsos learned that the enemy's cavalry had suddenly appeared on his right flank, He was worried that the Greek coalition army would use the cavalry to attack the Persian archers who were too far ahead to recover from their current disadvantage. Therefore, he quickly ordered the entire army to advance, hoping to shorten the distance between the main force and the archers and provide support and protection for the archers. Phanabazos had a good plan, but when the army, 7 or 8 miles long and numbering as many as 80,000 men, moved forward, the whole situation was out of his control. Some of the Persia generals in charge of leading the cavalry had long grown impatient of the prolonged confrontation. They ignored Phanabazos' order to advance and directly ordered their cavalry to attack the enemy in front of them. Their unauthorized actions naturally led the other Persia cavalries, so the cavalry on both ends of the Persia army quickly sped up and galloped toward the flanks of the Greek allied army. Phanabazos was furious when he received the news, but he had no choice but to let the buglers blow the bugle to attack. Leotychides, who was standing on a high vantage point on his horse, saw the Persia army rapidly approaching and immediately ordered the buglers to blow the bugle as well. 2 similar bugles with different rhythms reverberated throughout the battlefield one after another. It was easy for the untrained soldiers to distinguish between the two, but it wasn't a problem for the Daionia light infantry. Under the reminders of their officers, the soldiers supported their wounded comrades and quickly retreated through the gaps in the chessboard formation to the rear of the entire army. Before the battle began, the other light infantry had been repeatedly reminded by their generals to follow the footsteps of the Daionia light infantry, so they followed suit. The retreat of the Greek allied light infantry undoubtedly provided a good opportunity for the Persia archers to attack. However, the Persia archers didn't take the opportunity to attack. On the contrary, they retreated earlier than the Persia light infantry because the formation of the Persia infantry was relatively dense. If the Persia archers waited until the Persia infantry arrived at the rear, it would inevitably cause some confusion in the formation. If the Greek allied army suddenly launched an attack at this time, the entire Persia army would be in big trouble. The archers who had retreated to the rear of the Persian army followed closely behind the infantries. Meanwhile, the Dionysian light infantries retreated to the rear of the Persian army and swiftly ran towards the left flank of the entire army. At this time, there was no cavalry at the left end of the left wing of the Greek allied army, but there were 3 Daionia light armored infantry battalions arranged in a loose formation, perpendicular to the left wing to guard the flank. The Epirus light shield-bearers, who numbered less than 1,000, did not follow the light infantry to the left wing. Instead, under the leadership of the Daionia team officer, they went to support the cavalry on the right wing. On the battlefield, facing the approaching Persia infantry formation, the Greek allied army still stood still, but the cavalry on the left wing moved. The Persia infantry was still halfway there, but the Persia cavalry had already rushed to the foot of the hill. At this time, the Greek cavalry on the right end of the right wing was arranged in a square formation. The commander of the Thessaly Cavalry Legion, who was in the front of the center, immediately gave the order to attack. The flag-bearer waved the legion flag embroidered with a Pegasus and finally pointed it forward. The cavalry clamped the abdomen of the horses, shook the reins hard, and the war horse began to run from the top to the bottom. The speed increased very quickly. First, it was the Thessaly cavalry, followed by the Macedonian cavalry, and finally the cavalry of the Greek city-state. They gathered into a powerful force, like a mountain torrent, making a deafening noise, roaring toward the Persia cavalry at the foot of the hill. Most of the Persia cavalry were light cavalry. Some of them were equipped with javelins, and some were equipped with bows and arrows. Close combat was not their strength. Although the terrain of the Thessaly and Macedonia region was relatively flat, the border area was mostly hilly, and their main opponents were the indigenous people in the surrounding mountains. When the war horse galloped on the hills, the rider could not maintain a stable posture to throw javelins or shoot arrows. On the contrary, it was easier for the indigenous people to catch up with them. Therefore, the cavalry had to improve their close combat ability, so most of the Thessaly and Macedonian cavalry were close-combat cavalry. In fact, they were not the only ones. The Gallic and Lusitanian cavalry of the western Mediterranean Sea were the same. Only the Namibians had developed the ability to ride horses, shoot arrows, and throw javelins in the vast, flat interior of Africa. After Dionia incorporated the Thessaly cavalry into the legion, they were equipped with a full set of leather armor, a 3-meter-long spear, and a saber specially made for the cavalry. While enhancing their close combat ability, it did not weaken the balance and flexibility of the cavalry on horseback. The Persia cavalry originally wanted to approach the flanks of the Greek coalition forces and use javelins and arrows to cause damage to the Greek cavalry and infantry, thereby disrupting the enemy's formation. Their formation was loose and they were very fast. However, when they went up the hill, their speed naturally slowed down. At this moment, the Greek coalition cavalry, which had been motionless all this time, suddenly charged at them. They were as fast as lightning, and in an instant, they were right in front of them. The Persia cavalry could not dodge in time. Relying on the fact that they outnumbered the enemy, they bit the bullet and charged forward. If the entire Greek coalition cavalry was a sharp knife stabbing forward at this time, then the Thessaly cavalry was the sharp edge of the knife. Although the speed at which they were galloping made their hearts palpitate, they still stared straight ahead with their eyes wide open, their left hands holding the neck of the horse, and their right hands gripping the spear. The moment they stabbed the enemy, they would immediately release their right hands to avoid being knocked off their horses by the strong momentum. Although the Thessaly cavalry had gone through countless charging training in the past few years, there were still many who fell off their horses. Of course, there were more Persia cavalry who fell off their horses, and they were either dead or injured. What was more frightening was that due to the strong momentum of the charge, the coalition cavalry could not stop their war horses at all. They could only watch helplessly as the war horse slammed into the Persia cavalry in front of them. Not only did the war horse crash into the Persia cavalry in front of them, but it also caused them serious injuries. The Allied army's cavalry trampled over the wounded soldiers and horses on the ground and quickly broke through the Persian cavalry's formation. The charge of the Greek coalition cavalry not only caused the Persia cavalry to stop advancing, but also caused most of them to huddle together. Horses neighed and men shouted. It was a mess, and it was impossible to quickly restore a unified command. When the Thessaly cavalry who fell off their horses got up from the ground, they immediately pulled out the sabers at their waists and slashed at the enemies and war horses around them, making the situation even more chaotic. The Allied cavaliers who charged through the enemy's formation quickly came back and launched an attack on the disorderly Persian cavaliers once again. The 4,000 cavalrymen on the right flank of the Persia army successfully approached the left flank of the Greek coalition, but the light armored soldiers of Dionia were guarding the flank and rear. Although the arrows and javelins fired by the cavalrymen caused some casualties to the light armored soldiers, they did not achieve their goal of disrupting the main formation. Then, the light infantry arrived one after another. Their arrows and javelins had a longer range, and their output was more stable and accurate. They posed a great threat to the Persia cavalry, forcing them to retreat further, thus relieving the pressure on the light armored soldiers. At the same time, the soldiers of the Persia army had set foot on the gentle slope and began to advance. When the zigzagging Persia army was about 50 to 60 meters away from the main force of the Greek coalition, and the Persia archers at the rear began to knock their arrows, the Dionia soldiers in the middle and left flank of the Greek coalition suddenly took a big step forward in unison and threw the javelins in their hands. Previously, when the light infantry and the Persia archers were at a disadvantage in the fierce battle, the legionnaires did not go forward to help their comrades under the strict orders of their team officers. They had been waiting for this moment. The Persia army did not know much about the tactics of the Legion of Dionysia. Although Iazon had heard of them before, he had never fought with the Dionysian army before. Coupled with the silence of the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia, the Persia infantrymen and Greek mercenaries let their guard down. As a result, when the javelins covered the sky, they hurriedly defended themselves, but it was already too late. Because the Daionia soldiers were on high ground, the javelins they threw were more lethal. After a round of javelins, many of them fell to the ground, dead or injured. While the Persia army was still in shock, another round of javelins blew like a gust of wind. The middle and right flank of the Persia army were instantly shattered. Woo! Woo! At this moment, the bugle of the Greek coalition army to attack was blown. Whether it was the Daionia soldiers, the Greek soldiers, or the Italian soldiers, they all roared in unison and charged one after another. The army formation that was 6 to 7 miles long poured down like an avalanche. The Persia archers desperately pulled their bowstrings, trying to weaken the enemy's charge with arrows that covered the sky. However, most of the arrows fell on the heavily armored infantrymen and did not cause any damage. Therefore, when the two armies collided head-on, it was almost a one-sided situation. The left, middle, and right flank of the Persia army were struggling to deal with the enemy's attack. Under the strong pressure, the entire army was forced to retreat slowly. Chapter 1295. Commander, the cavalry on the left wing of Persia has been completely defeated. After receiving the good news from the messenger, Leotychides' expression was still serious. Pass down my order. The cavalry on the right wing and the light shield-bearers of Epirus immediately attacked the flank of the Persia army. He knew very well in his heart, according to what he knew before, although the cavalry on the left wing of the Persia army had lost the upper hand, they performed very bravely in a difficult situation. Although his own cavalry and light shield-bearers worked together to defeat them, they also paid a heavy price. But now was not the time to rest, because judging from the overall situation of the battle, although the Allied forces had the upper hand, they would not be able to defeat the Persia army for a while. And the Persia archers continued to shoot arrows from the rear of their army, which continued to consume a lot of the energy of the soldiers in the rear of their army, affecting their strong support of the soldiers in the front line. What was more troublesome was the thousands of cavalry on the right wing of Persia. Although the light armored and infantry of Daionia had been mixed together and had their backs to the main force of the Greek allied forces, they were in a relatively loose formation, keeping a close eye on the movement of the Persia cavalry, ready to defend against a surprise attack from the rear of the main force of the allied forces. But the speed of the Persia cavalry was, after all, fast. If they really moved quickly over a large area, the light armored and infantry could only look at them in the dust. And at this critical moment, their desperate surprise attack could bring great trouble to the whole battle, so he hoped to establish a victory as soon as possible. While thinking about the overall situation of the battle, Leotychides also paid attention to the situation in front of him. At this moment, his personal guard captain suddenly shouted, "Commander, the Persia cavalry is rushing towards us." Leotychides hurriedly turned around and saw countless Persia cavalry in the distance galloping in his direction. The light infantry fired arrows and javelins at them, and Persia cavalry kept falling from their horses, but they did not retreat again like before. Instead, they accelerated their advance. Leotychides' expression changed slightly. His fears had come true, but the target of the enemy's surprise attack was himself, the commander of the Greek coalition army. As a former Sparta warrior, he did not lack courage. However, as the commander-in-chief of the Allied army, he could not afford to have any accidents during the most crucial moment of the battle. He could not allow the flag of the Allied army to be taken away, as it would greatly affect the morale of the soldiers. So, he did not hesitate to lead his escorts and ran towards the place where the light armored soldiers and light infantry were most concentrated. The officers of the mixed troops also sensed the danger and loudly called for the soldiers to gather. This Persia cavalry unit, which was mainly made up of light cavalry, did not choose to dodge like before. Instead, they tightened their grip on their horses' necks, increased their speed, and charged straight at the enemy. This kind of indomitable momentum made many Dionia soldiers' hearts palpitate. The officers shouted the name of Hades to stabilize the morale of the soldiers, and at the same time, ordered the light infantry to immediately launch long-range attacks to hinder the enemy's charge. The war horse that was shot by the arrows fell to the ground with the cavalryman on its back, and then was trampled into meat paste by the Persia cavalry that followed closely behind. Although the long-range attacks of the Dionia light infantry failed to repel the Persia cavalry, they did slow down their charge, giving the light armored soldiers time to hastily form a formation. In the face of the Persia cavalry that was charging forward with an astonishing momentum, the Dionia light armored soldiers still raised their leather shields and formed a dense formation in front of them, despite their pale faces. Bang! 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 Many Dionia soldiers were knocked away, bringing down their comrades around them, but there were also soldiers who rushed to join the interception formation. In the continuous screams and screams, although the Dionia formation was broken, it did not collapse, and the charge of the Persia cavalry was finally stopped. Leotychides had been paying attention to the situation behind him. At this time, not only did he feel relieved, but he also felt happy. He knew very well that once the Persia cavalry lost their speed, if they did not retreat in time, what awaited them would only be destruction. He could finally focus all his attention on the battle ahead. On the right flank of the Greek coalition army, there were two adjacent elite troops, the Sparta warriors and the Thebes. In order to prove that they were stronger than each other, they competed with each other because of their past grievances, causing their enemy to bear a lot of pressure. At this time, the attack from the coalition army's cavalry and light armored soldiers from the flank was the straw that broke the camel's back, and the Persia soldiers began to retreat. Even though it was just a small defeat, it would still take some time for it to affect the 7 to 8 li long army formation. Perhaps during this period of time, the Persian army might have other opportunities to turn things around. But Phanabatzos, who heard the news, was obviously not so lucky. With the left, middle, and right flanks all at a disadvantage, and no reinforcements available, it was obvious that defeat was inevitable. He decisively issued the order to retreat. When the Persia soldiers heard the horn, they immediately turned and fled, and the coalition army took the opportunity to kill them. The whole battlefield was like a dam bursting, the river flowing in all directions. The tens of thousands of Greek mercenaries in the middle were affected by their thick armor. Not only were their reactions slow, but their speed was also slow. They fell behind and became the best targets for the coalition army. At this moment, Ison couldn't care less about the mercenaries that he had painstakingly nurtured over the years. He threw away his eye-catching helmet and heavy breastplate and rode on his own warhorse. Just like how he escaped from Greece a few years ago, he quickly fled from the battlefield with complicated feelings. At dusk, the coalition army soldiers, who had stopped chasing, were cleaning up the battlefield. They stripped the armor and weapons from the corpses, or searched for valuable items from the captive. They could not help but laugh. The generals of the coalition army gathered in twos and threes, looking happily at the battlefield full of corpses, and excitedly discussing the previous battle. Leotychides sat alone on the hillside with his eyes closed. When he heard footsteps, he asked without opening his eyes, "How's the loss?" The Greek coalition army's staff officer, who was also Leotychides' old partner, Mukril, said in a low voice, "According to preliminary statistics, we have more than 6,400 casualties. Among them, 1,300 were cavalry casualties, with a death rate of 60%. There were more than 3,000 light infantry casualties, with a death rate of only 30%. There were also more than 1,000 light armored soldiers, with a death rate of only 30%. The rest of the heavy infantry casualties were mostly the coalition army soldiers, and the most casualties were the Sparta soldiers who lined up separately." Leotychides suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at Mukril. Mukril seemed to have expected this reaction. He continued without a change in his expression, according to the report of the messenger, the Sparta soldiers performed very bravely in this battle. They were the first to defeat the enemy in front of them, but of course they paid the price of nearly 100 casualties. Leotychides did not speak, but his right hand silently tore off a blade of grass beside him. "There's one more thing. I think you should know," Mucrel hesitantly said in a low voice. "Agesilaus is dead." Leotychides' eyes widened. Mucrel lowered his voice even more. "I heard that after the Persia army was defeated, Agesilaus, who was sitting behind the Sparta army and commanding, was so excited that he wanted to chase after the enemy with the soldiers. In the end, he fell and never got up again. That old man is finally dead." The weight that had been weighing on Leotychides' heart suddenly disappeared, but he did not feel relieved. Instead, he felt empty. He looked at the battlefield around him, and finally fixed his gaze on a corner on the left side of the battlefield. There were a few hundred strong, bare-chested men with long braids, bowing their heads and praying solemnly. In front of them was a row of corpses, and Agesilaus' body must be among them. Leotychides thought so, but he did not go over to pay his respects with them. He just sat quietly, and Agesilaus' words before he left last night echoed in his ears. Just as he was lost in thought, Mucrel's report continued. The Persia army left nearly 6,000 corpses and wounded soldiers on the battlefield. Most of them were cavalry. We also captured more than 6,000 defeated soldiers, most of them Greek mercenaries. Alataka, a rather prestigious Tyre nobleman, had led the Tyre fleet twice and followed the Persia army to conquer Egypt. He had also made contributions in the war to quell the rebellion in the western part of Asia Minor and was rewarded by the king of Persia. Therefore, after the turmoil in Egypt, the king of Persia, who wanted to take back Egypt, obviously did not forget him. He sent messengers to Phoenicia, asking the cities of Phoenicia to gather all their warships under Alataka's command, and prepare to cooperate with the Persia army to attack Egypt. However, not long after, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia declared war on Persia, followed by the Dionysian army landing in Egypt, quelling the unrest, staying for a long time without leaving, and even stationing their troops in Pay-Rameses, threatening the safety of Gaza. A series of news came one after another in more than 2 months, causing the entire Near East to become nervous. During this period, Persia, who was carrying out a full military mobilization, requested that the coastal regions such as Cyprus, Syria, and Issus gather all their warships at the military ports of Tyre and Sidon to form a unified Persia fleet. They also appointed Alataka as the commander of the Persia fleet, asking him to lead the fleet to guard the Near East Sea and prevent the invasion of the Dionysian fleet. Alataka, who was given this important task for the first time, was naturally very diligent. He sent messengers to urge Cyprus, Syria, and other regions to provide warships as soon as possible. At the same time, he seized the time to regroup and train the warships under his command. Literature Museum. Chapter 1296. The cautious Arataka even rejected the request of the new military commander of the Western Asia Minor, Phanabazos, on the grounds of obeying the order of the king of Persia and guarding the Near East Sea. He hoped that the Persia fleet could assist the Asia Minor army and cut off the sea transportation line of the Greek army that landed in Asia Minor. In the end, Phanabazos had to let the coastal city-states of Western Asia Minor form a new fleet. Arataka rejected Phanabazos partly out of selfishness. The Phoenicians and the Greeks of Asia Minor had commercial competition, and there was a lot of resentment between the two races in history. The Persia fleet, which was mainly composed of Phoenicians, helped Darius conquer the Greek city-states of Western Asia Minor, so the relationship between the two races was not good. However, when he learned that the newly formed Asia Minor fleet was ambushed and wiped out by the Dionysian fleet, he was glad that he did not agree to Phanabazos' request. At the same time, he felt very uneasy. After the Dionysian fleet controlled the Western Asia Minor, it was likely that their next target would be the Near East Sea. Therefore, not only did he step up the patrols in the Near East Sea, but he also increased the training of the entire Persia fleet. For this reason, he also severely punished several Cyprus and Syria generals who did not follow his orders, and received the full support of the king of Persia. Not long after, another important news came from the south. The king of Ionia personally led the army to land in Egypt. Both the Jews and the Phoenicians began to panic because they realized that the Dionysian army was really going to invade Persia from Egypt. However, more than a month had passed. There was no movement from the Egyptian Dionysian army. The Persia general stationed in Gaza City sent scouts through the desert several times to spy on the Egyptian border, but there was no news. In order to avoid losses, the Persia general sent messengers to Cyprus many times, asking the Persia fleet to send fast ships to the Egyptian coast to spy on the Dionysian army's movements. Alataka agreed to the request and sent many clippers to the Egyptian sea. However, most of them never returned. The crew that managed to escape reported to him that the Dionia had deployed many warships to patrol the Egyptian sea. It was heavily guarded, and it was difficult for clippers to get close to the coast. In order to avoid losses, Alataka no longer sent ships south to scout Egypt, but he also increased the vigilance of the southern sea. During this time, the Phoenicians had been looking forward to the arrival of the Persia army. However, according to the news from Babylon, the Persia army had been stationed near Baghdad, not far from Babylon. They had no intention of going west to help the Near East. Of course, the most popular explanation was that Persia's territory was too large and it took too long for the full mobilization of the military. The king of Persia was still waiting for the Persia elite troops, the Scythians and the Indians, who had different tactical styles, to the east and were stationed in Persia's polis. Among the many rumors, there was one that caused the Phoenicians to feel uneasy. The king of Persia is afraid of the strength of the Dionysian army, so he needs more time to gather more troops to fight against it. Alataka did not care about these rumors. What he was concerned about was ensuring the safety of the Near East before the king of Persia arrived with his army. Therefore, he would arrive at the fleet headquarters in the largest military port of Cyprus early every day and listen to the reports of the patrol teams to understand if there were any abnormalities in the entire Near East Sea. On the last day of the end of March, Alataka came to the fleet headquarters as usual. Everything was as usual. He thought that today would be another peaceful day. However, when the sky was bright, a patrol ship quickly returned to the military port. The captain hurriedly ran into the headquarters and reported to Alataka that a large Dionia fleet was found in the southern sea of Cyprus. Then, one patrol ship after another rushed back to the military port. Alataka could not help but be shocked by the information he obtained. There were about 100 troop and cargo ships heading towards Cyprus under the escort of a few hundred Dionia warships. The intention of the Dionia was very obvious. They wanted to attack Cyprus. Alataka suddenly became nervous. Of course, he understood that in order to prevent the Dionysian army from landing on Cyprus, or even completely destroy this troop in the sea, they must first defeat the Dionysian fleet that was escorting the troop. This was bound to be a large-scale naval battle. Before he could summon the generals, the Cyprus naval generals who were worried about the safety of their motherland rushed into the headquarters. As the two pillars of the Persia fleet, the Phoenician and Cyprus naval generals quickly reached an agreement and formulated a battle plan. Then, they rushed to the military port where their fleet was anchored at the fastest speed and urgently ordered the crew to board the ship and leave the port. The Dionia troop convoy was escorted by the First and Second Fleet. When they set off from Egypt, the First Fleet guarded the entire fleet on the right while the Second Fleet guarded the left, almost protecting the troop convoy in the middle. They were arranged in a relatively tight mixed formation of more than a mile wide and 3 to 4 miles long. A few hours after the First and Second Fleets set off, the Third Fleet, as the reserve force, escorted the full supply fleet from the port of Naucratis and sailed to Cyprus. However, after a few days of continuous sailing, the First and Second Fleets, as well as the troopships, were no longer as organized as they were when they first set out. Although they did not encounter any storms during the voyage, the strong southerly gale the day before yesterday had caused a dozen of the Raven warships and troopships to capsize. The entire fleet was blown apart, and it took them more than half a day to reassemble. In the early hours of this morning, due to the influence of the sea fog and the ever-changing sea breeze, Sicorian only received news when the sky was bright. The entire formation was once again scattered. The first and second fleets of the first fleet, most of the third fleet of the second fleet, a part of the fourth fleet, and nearly 100 troop convoy were still gathered together. The other ships were nowhere to be found. After drifting at sea for a few days, the usually energetic Sicorian was a little tired. He did not even want to complain. He could only helplessly send out clippers in all directions to search for the other ships and inform them to come closer to him as soon as possible. For this reason, he also ordered the ships to slow down and let the guides determine the approximate position of the fleet as soon as possible. There was no point of reference in the vast sea. Moreover, it was daytime and the constellations in the sky could not be seen. Even the most experienced guides could not determine their position. They could only roughly determine that the fleet was still moving northeast based on the rising sun. But Sicorian's distress did not last long. He received news from the lookout on the clippers at the front of the fleet. A small warship was spotted ahead, and it quickly turned around and sailed away. Is it a patrol ship of the Persia fleet? Sicorian was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. Finding traces of a Persia ship here meant that the Persia's military port was nearby. Perhaps Cyprus Island was not far ahead? He made a prompt decision and sent out 2 clippers to investigate in the direction in which the Persia warship disappeared. While waiting for news, several small Persia warships appeared near the fleet one after another, and then quickly sailed away. The situation was already very clear. There must be a Persia military port nearby. After these Persia patrol ships returned to report, it was likely that the Persia fleet would come to intercept them. At this time, more than half of the Dionia warships were gone. If they were to face the enemy head-on, it was likely that they would be at a disadvantage. The situation was somewhat grim. But after a moment of contemplation, Sicorian decisively ordered all ships to raise their sails and speed up toward the northeast. At the same time, he left 2 clippers in place and waited for the clippers that were searching for the remaining fleets to return. Then, he would bring the fleet they found to Cyprus Island. It could be said that this decision of Sicorian was quite risky. But because of his prestige in the navy, none of the admirals and ship owners present dared to object. So, the entire fleet had to speed up north. About 20 minutes later, they encountered the clippers that had gone to explore and returned. When they learned that Cyprus Island was 15 miles ahead, both the crew and the soldiers were immediately in high spirit. With the help of the south wind that was not considered strong, the fleet approached Cyprus Island after 40 minutes. The soldiers on the troop transport ships cheered and began to actively pack up their parcels and weapons. The crew rowed even more energetically. Under the guidance of the guide, the fleet circled around the west side of Cyprus Island and sailed to the beach where they could land. All the warships guarded the outer edge of the troop transport fleet. The lookouts climbed up the mast and opened their eyes wide to observe the movements in the open sea. Knowing that there was no enemy defense on the landing beach, and that there was no Persia fleet in the surrounding waters for the time being, Sicorian let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that his risk was successful. Although the fleet was discovered by Persia's patrol ships, it happened suddenly and the fleet moved quickly. Whether it was the Persia fleet or the enemy on Cyprus Island, even if they received the news, they obviously did not have enough time to prepare for a counterattack. But Sicorian did not dare to let his guard down. He knew that the Persia fleet could appear at any time. So, he ordered the crew and soldiers of the fleet to seize the time to replenish their food and water and recover their strength. More than 4,000 soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia finally landed on the beach and began to unload the supplies on the ships in batches. Seeing this situation, the flagship captain of the First Fleet immediately asked Sicorian, "Sir, our mission to cover the landing has been completed. Should we first return to rendezvous with the Second and Third Fleets before coming back here to fight the Persia fleet?" Chapter 1297. Sicorian shook his head gently and said calmly, "The reason why His Majesty asked us to take such a huge risk and travel such a long distance to come here is not to capture Cyprus. The most important reason is to destroy the Persia fleet and control the dominance of the Near Eastern Sea. Now that more than 4,000 heavy infantry have landed, this has already posed a great threat to Cyprus. It has already destroyed the Persia fleet's attempt to intercept us at sea. Under such circumstances, when faced with the threat of our powerful Dionia fleet, it is very likely that they will choose to retreat temporarily. Instead, they will send reinforcements and supplies to Nicosia and other towns on the island so that they cannot be easily captured by our land forces. After all, our fleet has traveled a long distance to come here. The supplies we carry cannot guarantee the consumption of our huge fleet's supplies. If the land forces cannot quickly capture Nicosia and other towns, our fleet will have no choice but to retreat first. At that time, the Persia fleet can easily cut off the sea supply line for the landing troop. By then, the land forces will be in big trouble. At this point, Sicorian's expression became very solemn. The land forces' misfortune is secondary. The key is that this time, His Majesty is personally leading the army to obtain the great honor of conquering Persia. Our navy has been entrusted with the heavy responsibility of destroying the Persia fleet and obtaining the dominance of the eastern Mediterranean Sea. If we passively avoid the battle and cause the mission to lure the enemy to fail, or even cause us to lose the first battle and affect the entire war to conquer Persia, I will have let down His Majesty's trust. I will even be speechless when I meet the generals of the land forces that I once mocked. It can't be that serious," the flagship captain muttered. Sicorian glared at him with dissatisfaction and said in a deep voice, "I'm the commander of this operation. I must seize all possible opportunities to ensure that the operation can be carried out smoothly. So, we must stay here and not leave. For the Persia fleet, what can be more attractive than destroying a Dionysian fleet that is far fewer in number and completely besieging thousands of Diolian soldiers on the island? Sir, we don't have enough warship. I'm worried that the Persia fleet will really treat us like delicacies and eat us." Before the captain could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Sicorian. "Even if Persia has 2 or 3 times more warships than us, the fleet led by me, Sicorian, will definitely be a hard rock. We will break the teeth of Persia's fleet. Furthermore, I believe in Middleades. Not only is he experienced in naval warfare, but he also has a good intuition. He will definitely lead the other warships to meet up with us in time and annihilate the Persia fleet together." After Sicorian made up his mind, the captain of the flagship did not dare to dissuade him anymore. Instead, he relayed the order from the fleet commander to all the warships. "All Raven warships, load up the drawbridge and prepare for battle." More than an hour had passed, and there was still no sign of the enemy warships. However, a small number of Cypriot cavalry had appeared on the island. They spied on the Legion of Dionysia's camp near the beach from afar, but they did not dare to approach. It seemed that the Cypriots did not have the intention to gather their troops and fight the Dionysian army. Of course, the Legion of Dionysia did not have the intention to fight the Dionysian army either. What they needed to do now was to defend the landing site and facilitate the arrival of the reinforcements. A yellow flag has been raised on the ships in the south. The lookout on the mast of the flagship suddenly shouted. Sicorian, who was waiting anxiously, did not feel excited. Instead, he muttered to himself doubtfully, "There are fewer Persia warships than us?" Seeing the dissatisfied expression on Sicorian's face, the captain of the flagship sighed and asked, Sir, should we inform the warships to prepare for battle? Sicarian paced back and forth on the deck and pondered for a moment. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Wait a little longer. Let all the clippers be divided into two groups. One group will bypass the Persia warships and continue to explore the south, while the other group will explore the north." The captain of the flagship's heart skipped a beat. "Sir, do you suspect that the Persia fleet has split up?" Sicarian replied calmly, "I don't think the Persia are so bold as to lead a small number of warships to attack us. What's more, I believe that our fleet does not need to make too many preparations. We can easily defeat this number of enemy ships." Just when the crew on the warships furthest south of the Dionysian fleet could see the silhouette of the enemy ships in the distance, the Dionia clippers that were rushing south passed the information back to the fleet by changing the flags on the mast. "Two yellow flags." The lookout's shout made Sicarian remain silent. On the contrary, when the captain of the flagship heard another report from the lookout, he clenched his fists nervously. "The Persia warships are less than 4 miles away from us." He looked at Sicarian, who was sitting on the deck like a clay statue. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. At this moment, the lookout's voice was heard again. "3 yellow flags. The clippers in the south have raised 3 yellow flags. There are no changes in the north." Sicarian immediately leapt to his feet. 3 yellow flags. The number of Persia warships is greater than ours. This means that their main force is here. The Persia have taken the bait. Sicarian was so excited that he danced with joy. He immediately revealed the battle plan that he had already thought of. "Blow the bugle. Let all the warships form a circular formation and carry out defensive operations." Circular formation? The captain of the flagship was slightly stunned. "What? Do you think that I only know how to attack and not defend?" Sicarian said with a faint smile. "I'll convey the message immediately." The worry in the captain of the flagship's heart was alleviated. It was obvious that the fleet commander whom he respected did not lose his cool because of the arrival of the fighter planes. "By the way, arrange all the iron ships at the forefront of the circular formation. Face the direction of the Persia fleet." Yes. This Persia fleet, led by Phoenicia and Cyprus, had nearly 1,000 warships stationed at various military ports in the east of Cyprus. After receiving Alataka's order, the Cyprus crew was the most proactive. They boarded their warships as fast as they could and rushed out of the military port. Then, without waiting for the warships behind them to line up, they set off along the coast of Myrtis Island towards the west. When Alataka's flagship sailed out of the military port, he realized that many warships, led by the Cypriots, did not stop after leaving the port. They sailed westward like a swarm of bees. As the fleet commander, Alataka stomped his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only curse the Cypriots for their stupidity. At the same time, he hoped that when the entire fleet reached the west coast of Myrtis Island, the Dionysian fleet would not arrive yet. He would then have time to reorganize his fleet. After leaving the port, the Persia fleet had formed a long column. During the course of sailing, due to the different degrees of participation of the crews belonging to different regions of Persia, the long column gradually began to disconnect. The Cyprus warships were at the front, the Phoenicians were in the middle, and the Syrians and other warships were at the back. The Cyprus warships at the front were also disconnected. The warships that came from the westernmost military port of Larnaca were at the front. After sailing for more than 3 hours, the Cyprus warships circled the westernmost cape of the island from the south. With the help of the south wind, the speed increased again. After only 20 minutes, the lookouts on the Cyprus warships saw the Dionysian fleet in the bay, the numerous Dionia cargo ships docked on the beach, and the Dionia soldiers continuously walking from the cargo ships to the beach. In fact, it was the Dionia soldiers moving the cargo ships back and forth. Due to the distance and psychological effects, the lookouts on the Cyprus lookouts had an illusion. The Diorians were landing. This news made all the Cypriot crew members nervous. The belief of protecting their homeland made them forget about their fatigue and made them feel the urgency of the situation. According to the military order, after discovering the Dionysian fleet, they should stop moving forward. After rendezvous with the other warships, they would listen to the command of the fleet commander and launch an attack. But at this moment, under the command of the Cyprus admiral, they only slowed down in the process of changing formation. After completing the change, they continued to accelerate, charging towards the Dionysian fleet in a two-column formation. During the Greco-Persian War, the warships of the city-states in the Near East were famous for their large and heavy hulls and large number of crew members. In the end, they lost to the small and agile Greek warships in the Battle of Salamis. After that, during the expansion of Athens to the eastern Mediterranean, they were repeatedly defeated by the Athens navy. This forced the city-states in the Near East to abandon their unsuitable warships and rebuild their fleets with triple-oared warship. Even the Phoenician city-states were the same. Therefore, in the end, only Carthage in the western Mediterranean still used the double-headed dragon warships, quadruple-oared warships, and five-oared warships. The main naval force of the Persia fleet, with the city-states in the Near East as the main naval force, was completely the same as the Athens fleet. At this time, although the Cyprus warships had lowered their sails, the sailors rowed with all their might. The speed of the warships was increasing. Soon, the Dionysian warships were close at hand. The Cyprus crew on the deck even looked at the towering and swaying suspension bridge in front of them. Although they had not fought with the Dionysian fleet before, they had also heard of the strange warships of the Dionysian navy, so they were more or less on guard. As the Dionysian warships were turning almost on the same spot, the two warships were always bow to bow. At this time, the Cyprus warships did not want to perish together with the enemy, so the helmsman turned the rudder slightly, and the captain shouted to the bottom cabin at the same time, "Retract the oars." Chapter 1298. The sailors quickly retracted the oars, and the enemy's warship also retracted the oars in a well-trained manner. The two warships almost brushed past each other, and the Cyprus sailors could clearly see the enemy's sailors through the narrow hatch. Their expressions were cold and confident, and many of them even had a mocking smile on their faces. "What's there to be proud of when we're about to die?" the Cypriot sailors thought indignantly. Bam! A 12-meter-long drawbridge crashed down and nailed itself onto the deck of the Cyprus battleship. The Cyprus battleship was suddenly burdened with a heavy burden. Soon, the ship came to a halt. 40 infantries of the Dionysian fleet quickly crossed the drawbridge and charged towards the enemy's battleship. At this moment, the other Cyprus battleship in the two-column formation had already made a small turn, and was charging towards the immobile Corvus battleship. Facing such a dangerous situation, the Dionia sailors remained calm. Under the command of their captain, they used the fixed drawbridge as a fulcrum to deflect the entire battleship slightly, so that the hull of the battleship was not perpendicular to the collision angle of the enemy's battleship, but at a certain angle. It seemed that their efforts were in vain, because according to past experience, such a violent collision could still cause considerable damage to the battleship, but, bam! After a loud bang, the three battleships shook violently at the same time. However, the Cyprus sailors on the deck widened their eyes in surprise. The part of the Dionia Corvus battleship that was rammed by their battleship was only dented inwards into a small pit, and did not shatter into a large hole. So the Corvus battleship was an iron ship. Over the years, through the full cooperation of the Dionia Academy, the Turii shipyard, and the Ironworks workshop, the Corvus battleship had been fitted with a special iron sheet, which not only greatly enhanced the battleship's resistance to collisions, but also allowed the battleship to maintain its balance in the sea, albeit at a slower speed. As the entire battleship was painted black, those who did not know the inside story would not know the uniqueness of this battleship. That was why the Cyprus sailors were very surprised to see that the Dionia battleship was unscathed after such a violent collision. The Dionia sailors, on the other hand, heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the iron ship had been tested many times during the usual training, this was the first time it was used in actual combat. Obviously, it did not disappoint them. At this moment, the Corvus battleship that was hiding behind the iron ship charged forward like a ghost, and swiftly rammed into the enemy ship that was still squeezed together with the Corvus battleship. The Cyprus sailors who could not dodge in time could only hope for a miracle like the Corvus battleship earlier. But there was nothing. At the same time, after the infantries rushed onto the other Cyprus warship, they did not kill their way into the cabin. Instead, they killed the crew and helmsman on the deck and destroyed the rudder completely. Then, they quickly returned to the Raven warship and pulled out the drawbridge. Instead, they killed the crew and helmsman on the deck. After completely destroying the rudder, they quickly returned to the Corvus battleship and pulled out the drawbridge. When Alataka led the main Persia fleet to the vicinity of the battlefield, he was surprised to find that the Corvus battleships were gathered together, waiting for his arrival. Soon, he found out the reason. The Dionysian fleet in the bay not only had sturdy warships, but also unique tactics and strong defensive capabilities. Not only did the Cyprus fleet not gain the upper hand in the attack, but after destroying more than a dozen of their warships, they also did not achieve much in the battle. The morale of the crew was affected, and they had to retreat temporarily to wait for reinforcements. Although the combat strength of the Dionysian fleet was shocking, as the commander of the Persia fleet, Alataka was secretly happy that the Cyprus fleet, who did not listen to his orders, suffered a small setback. He thought that it was a great opportunity to improve his prestige in the fleet. After listening to the Cyprus fleet's battle in detail, he still decided to adopt the attack formation of 2 columns, but he gave up the tactic of concentrating on one side. Instead, he used the huge advantage of having more than twice the number of warships to launch an attack from all directions, intending to overwhelm the Dionysian fleet's defense. The soldiers of the Dionysian army on the beach watched as the countless Persian warships spread out like a huge fishing net on the distant surface of the sea, menacingly assuming the posture of trapping the Dionysian fleet that had shrunk into a ball. Every single one of them broke out in cold sweat for the fleet's safety. Sicarion, who was in the center of the storm, laughed calmly. The Persia fleet is finally here. Great! These timid servants of Persia will soon know the power of the Dionysian fleet. Woo! 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 Accompanied by the loud sound of the bugle, 3 red flags were raised on the main mast of the Dionia flagship, fluttering in the air. Fight to the death! Every crew member who received the captain's message looked at the enemy ships in front of them and began to calmly hum the Song of the Hades in a low voice. When the thick fog on the sea dissipated and the sky was bright, Middleades immediately found that something was wrong. Although he could not know the specific location of the fleet, the sun that should have appeared on the right diagonally ahead of the fleet had appeared on the right diagonally behind the fleet. Obviously, the fleet had greatly deviated from its course. After much difficulty, he gathered the scattered warships and cargo ships, then sent out the clippers to search in the direction of the sun. At the same time, the entire fleet sailed in the direction of the sun. During the voyage, he also gathered some of the scattered warships and troopship. Gradually, the fleet under his command had the 2nd Fleet's 1st B Squadron, 2nd B Squadron, 5th B Squadron, and part of the 4th B Squadron's warship. At the same time, there were also the 1st Fleet's 3rd B Squadron, 4th B Squadron, 5th B Squadron, and part of the 6th B Squadron's warship. In total, there were more than 700 ships, including nearly 400 troop ships. For such a large mixed fleet, Middleades had even widened the distance between the ships, causing the entire fleet to expand outwards. It was his move that finally allowed the clippers sent out by Sicarion to discover them. A few hours later, the fleet led by Middleades arrived at the bay where the Dionysian army had landed. He saw countless Persia warships stacked on top of each other somewhere in the coastal waters, charging and circling, like vultures that covered the sky and sun, sharing their food. There was almost no sign of the Dionia warship. Although Middleades was burning with anxiety, he did not impulsively launch an attack immediately. He ordered the troop ships to temporarily move away and let all the warships face the Persia fleet in a fan-shaped formation. Then, with the fast warships in front and the Crow warships at the back, he launched an attack in a starry sky formation. The flagship that Arataka was on had been coordinating and commanding the battle from the rear. After a difficult battle, the Persia fleet finally broke through the defense of the Dionysian fleet, dispersing their formation. Just as he was about to completely crush them, he received an urgent report from the Clippers. A larger Dionysian fleet was rapidly approaching. This news immediately extinguished Arataka's enthusiasm for victory and glory. His only thought at this time was to order the fleet to retreat immediately. However, the warships that were scattered in the vast coastal waters and engaged in battle could not quickly receive his order. The newly arrived Dionysian fleet was like a giant eagle spreading its wings amid the loud bugle call, swiftly pouncing on its prey. After a long and arduous battle, the Persia fleet's warships were damaged, the sailors were tired, and their strength was scattered. On the other hand, although the Dionysian fleet led by Mytilades had traveled a long distance and the crew was relatively tired, their belief in saving their comrades and defeating the enemy boosted their morale. The ever-victorious starry sky formation doubled their strength. Therefore, the Persia fleet was almost defeated and scattered in all directions. The Dionia warships took advantage of the victory and chased after them. What was even more unfortunate was that the Persia fleet encountered the third fleet of Dionia in the process of escaping to the south. As a result, under the pincer attack from the front and back, the Persia fleet suffered even more heavy losses. Mytilades jumped off the warship, waded through the seawater, and walked on the beach. At this time, the beach was full of disembarking Dionia soldiers. Under the command of the team officer, they gathered in small groups and began to march toward the camp that the Dionia soldiers were building. Mytilades's destination was the same as theirs. Due to his conspicuous commander-style helmet, the soldiers who met him, whether they knew him or not, would respectfully salute him when they saw him. Usually, he would smile and greet them, but now he was anxious and quickly walked into the temporary medical camp tent as if he did not see them. No one saluted him here. The doctors and nurses were busy rescuing the wounded. The disembarking legion of Dionysia soldiers did not fight with the Cypriot. These wounded soldiers were from the Dionysian fleet that had just finished fighting. Mytilades stopped a soldier who was helping to clean up the mess and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Sicolian?" The soldier glanced at him, hurriedly pointed to the front and said, In the innermost part." Although it was said to be the innermost part, it was actually on the other side of the tent. In order to ensure the circulation of air, the convenience of rescue, and the recovery of the patients, there were multiple tents in this kind of tent dedicated to the medical camp. Sicarian's bed was next to one of the tents. There was a small opening in the tent, and sunlight shone in, shining on Sicolian's body. With the light, two nurses were carefully cleaning his wounds.